GTV, where we bring you news headlines and updates across the country. I am Falensha Tete. Don't forget to stream live on Facebook at GTV Ghana and across all our social media platforms at GTV Ghana. I am Falensha Tete. Now let's get the detail of the stories. The Electoral Commission has once again dismissed calls by the National Democratic Congress for a forensic audit of the Provisional Voters Register. According to the EC, the legal and administration mechanism established to clean the register have not fully utilized, making a forensic audit unnecessary at this stage. The response was conveyed in a letter addressed to the East NDC chairman, Mr. Johnson Esiedun Ketia, following a petition submitted by the party after its demonstration on Tuesday, September 17, 2024. The Electoral Commission assured the National Democratic Congress that it will re-exhibit the corrected Provisional Voters Register online before the final version is printed for the December polls. The NDC chairman, Mr. Johnson Esiedun Ketia, presented a petition to the EC alleging issues such as illegal voter transfers, deleted names, incompleted data, and a compressed IT system, among others. Now to the energy sector, Mr. David Asamoah has been appointed as the acting managing director of the Electricity Company of Ghana following the resignation of Mr. Samuel Mahama on Wednesday, September 25, 2024. Until his appointment, Mr. Asamoah Boidi was the deputy managing director in charge of commercial services at the ECG. The board chairman of the company, Mr. Alexander Afenyo-Markin, made this known to the media briefing in Accra.
MD's resignation, and we met this afternoon at an emergency meeting. The board accepted the resignation of the managing director, and Mr. David Asamoah has been nominated to act as a managing director, pending decisions of the sole shareholder of the company, which is the government, and we're going to have the necessary engagement with the sole shareholder. The board has received the support of management in its decision, and we're here to assure you that the fact that we have had changes in management would not mean that you're going to have some interrupted power supply. The entire system of the company is in place, and the company will continue to provide the essential services that it provides for Ghanaians and the country.
The Mortuary Workers Association of Ghana has temporarily suspended its indefinite strike that commenced yesterday, September 26, 2024, giving the government a 2-week ultimatum to address their pressing demands. The strike, which started yesterday, was to advocate for improved working conditions, including the provision of adequate personal protective equipment, resolution of salary arrears, and financial clearance for the hiring of 500 new mortuary workers. Mr. Richard Kofi Jordan, the General Secretary of MOAG, stated that a strike will resume if the government fails to meet their demands by October 10. When GBC News visited the team at Korle Bu Teaching Hospital morgue, scores of families going for bodies of their loved ones for burial were stranded following the strike. Now to some political stories. The NPP presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, says his government will roll out a comprehensive program that will address the infrastructure challenges at the local levels. When he met with traditional authorities, religious leaders, and Muslim leaders and opinion leaders in Ascent Central constituency, Dr. Bawumia said this will ensure that development issues are tackled at the base. He pointed that several developments in the Ascent area, which indicated that the NPP is the party that has the area at heart. He therefore appealed to the people to vote for him and the NPP to continue the good work it is doing.
Was the center of attraction for the NPP presidential candidate Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and his possibility campaign team in the Ascent Central constituency of the Central region. The NPP team was led by Mr. Kennedy Agyapong, former presidential aspirant of the NPP and the representative of Ascent Central constituency in Parliament. Also in the team was the NPP parliamentary candidate for Ascent Central constituency, Mr. Godfred Anti Anewu. Their first activity was a stakeholder engagement with traditional authorities, religious leaders and other opinion leaders in the constituency. Infrastructure development of the area was a center of discussion. Mr. Kennedy Agyapong told them the level of road construction in the area.
There is no party.
Dr. Bawumia told the gathering that he is coming into office with new ideas and solutions to Ghana's development.
First, now Utibiko Hospital. I can't just say before that. The Obia information hospitals share computer. And then you refer you from Fosu to Kolibua. Oh, yeah, folder view. They are the Kolibu, any ID number, not a share computer, records in
Next on the agenda of the NPP presidential candidate in Assin Fusu was a community connect engagement with the youth in the constituency. It was a charged atmosphere when the possibility campaign team got to the grounds. In the company was Mr. Kennedy Agyapong, Mr. Kwabena Agyapong, Madam Ajua Safo, and the parliamentary candidate for the NPP in Assin Central, Godfred Anti Anewu. Mr. Kennedy Agyapong urged the constituency to work together to elect Godfred Anti Anewu to replace him in Parliament. Dr. Bawumia told the youth about the credit scoring system which will make Ghanaians comfortable.
Ghana, they are going to be just a cash down. We be Susano, approach the credit system. No, we need Ghana. Every boy, next month, we are going to launch Ghana's credit scoring system, and we are going to start it next month.
He entreated them to move from house to house to campaign for the NPP to win power again.
On the other side, the presidential candidate of the NDC, Mr. John Mahama, has strongly condemned the arrest and subsequent remand of protesters from the Democracy Hub who were demonstrating against illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey. Mr. Mahama took to social media to express his disapproval of the harsh treatment of the demonstrators by the security forces and the legal system, calling for a balance between law enforcement and respect for citizens' rights.
By the Democracy Hub group were intended to draw attention to the ongoing illegal mining which is severely destroying Ghana's environment, particularly its water bodies and forests. However, what started as a peaceful protest quickly turned turns when clashes erupted between demonstrators and the police at the 37 roundabout in Accra. According to reports from the Ghana Police Service, the protesters had blocked major roads, dismantled police barricades and obstructed traffic. Therefore, Therefore, several protesters were arrested, sparking public outcry over the excessive force used to disperse the crowd and the brutalization of the unarmed protesters. In response to the incident, former President John Mahama condemned both the police's actions and the subsequent judicial decisions. In a Facebook post, Mr. Mahama described the arrest and remand of the protesters as high-handed and an outright abuse of their rights. He questioned why young Ghanaians expressing legitimate concerns over environmental issues were met with such force and legal repercussions. He added that such draconian measures could discourage civil participation and silence the voices of those seeking to hold the government accountable, especially the youth whose future is directly affected by these environmental issues. The NDC flag bearer also expressed concern over the judicial handling of the case, noting that harsh and disproportionate legal decisions will not deter the youth from speaking out against issues like illegal mining, which threatens their future livelihoods and the environment. Instead, Mr. Mahama warned that such actions could foster resentment and further alienate the younger generation from political engagement.
Now on the foreign front, 3 men in Benin, including a former minister and a person in charge of President Patrice Talon's security, have been arrested on suspicion of plotting a coup. Exports Minister Oswald Homke was caught on Tuesday while handling 6 bags of money to the head of Republican Guard Elon Morio. Investigators said Cole Jimon was being bribed not to resist the coup d'etat plan for Friday. Also detained was a businessman, Oliver Boko, a friend to the president, who had recently indicated he had political ambition. There have been 8 military takeovers and several other coup attempts in West and Central Africa since 2020. And let's have the Alpha Lotto for Thursday. Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Thursday XL 87, 54, 31, 32, and 62. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Thursday XL again 87, 87, 54, 54, 31, 31, 32, 32, and 62, 62. The breakfast continues with lots of goodies on our breakfast table this morning. Don't go away after this break.
September 27th, day of the 9th month. My name is Kafri Day. Welcome to GTV Breakfast, your favorite way to wake up and get going. What do we have for you today? I smell food. I smell rice. So we have my people and their titles, man. Rice banku with groundnut broth. This looks like something that Steve Jobs would eat, you know. It's Ubuntu Pro Max. But Charlie, the whole name has changed, man. It's rice banku with groundnut broth and fruit salad punch. It can only be Cakes, Boutique, and Decor with these funky, jazzy names. And we'll be eating that food in a short while. There are conversations on the Democracy Hub protest and matters arising. We've got breakfast with Lexi, the comic, and then IEC will take us home, or at least into the weekend, musically. That's what it's all about this morning. Your WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. If you're feeling what I'm wearing, well, give the credit to Stallion Outlook. They make me look, if I must say so myself. And another person who's looking is my man on the other side of the room, and he always gives us the inspiration to kickstart our day. None other than the man himself, Jay Gabra. Jay, what's up?
I'm good, Boska. How are you doing?
A day like my name, a day.
Anyway, so it's time now for your motivational message for the day. How do we wrap up the entire week? How has it been for you? It's been good for me. I hope it has been the same for you as well. And I imagine a situation where you're in the forest or the jungle, and you know how huge elephants are, and two of them are fighting. You can just imagine the kind of damage they'll cause all over the vegetation, the forest, and everything. How the other animals will be scaring away. I think that's how the Kenyans came up with this proverb, where it says, when two elephants are fighting, it's the ground that suffers. It's just saying when two giants are fighting, basically the lesser ones, those of us, the other people, we are the ones who suffer. That you can see it on your screen at the moment. In political conflicts, the youth often bear the brunt of poor decisions made by those in power. Yes, so that's something for you to think on as we go into the weekend. When elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. So, Boskap, that's our motivational message for today. There's more coming up on the show. Please stay with us.
Okay, so that's Jay giving you the quote for the day, something to think about, something to chew on, at least mentally. We'll be chewing something physically in a very short while. Do not go anywhere at all. It's 6:25, and in case you want to get through to us on any issues from the quote of the day to whoever's coming on the show, to your thoughts, 055-556-1034. If you haven't put it in your phone yet, please do it now. 055-556-1034. It's hashtag GTV Breakfast across social media, from TikTok to Facebook to Instagram to YouTube to X. Yeah, that's it. Stick around. This is GTV Breakfast. A lot more coming up on this day. We have 71 days to the election. 10 weeks, 1 day. Do what you have to do on that day. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot more coming up ahead.
Chief of Mission for the International Organization for Migration, IOM, in Ghana, Togo, and Benin. Today I speak to you not just as the Chief of Mission of IOM Ghana, but as an advocate for a cause close to my heart. Peaceful societies are more likely to protect and uphold human rights, including the human rights for migrants and the people on the move. I invite you to join me and to join all of us at the United Nations in Ghana and the government of Ghana to uphold and promote peace during this election year. Together, let's forge a path towards a future where peace prevails. Pledge today, pledge for peace. Thank you.
As a Ghanaian child,
as a country. Do you think that is what we want? No, we do not. As a prominent youth of Ghana, I stand for peace, and I'm calling on all youth to come together and let's pledge for peace. It is the most important commodity. It is the bedrock for economic growth, government growth, every other single growth. I don't think any other investor will be here if the country is torn into pieces. My name is Eunice Kisiwajan. I'm from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, and I pledge for peace. Join me. Let's all preach a peaceful 2024 election. Go to the post, vote, but stay home and listen to the correct results from the Electoral Commission. I stand for peace. Come and stand with me.
Thank you for staying with us. It's still hashtag GTV Breakfast. Now, Crown Patriots Chaplaincy Ghana, a non-profit organization, is having their International Chaplaincy Conference tomorrow at the Osu Presbyterian Church Hall right here in Accra. I'm here to speak with them to tell us more about their chaplaincy and what the event is all about. I have seated with me Chaplain Apostle Captain Francis Amorim Sovo, who is the Greater Accra Regional Commandant. Good morning, sir. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah, seated right next to him is Cadet Officer Reverend Olivia Tabo. Good morning, ma'am. You're welcome.
Good morning, thanks.
And also, last but definitely not the least, is Chaplain Reverend Father Moses Alfred, who is the National Commandant, Crown Patriotic Chaplaincy. Yes. You're all welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning to your esteemed viewers.
Thank you. So, Crown Patriots Chaplaincy, what's that about?
Crown Patriots Chaplaincy is, as you said, it's a non-profit organization. It's one of the many civil chaplaincy organizations. Crown Patriots Chaplaincy is. It's not like the regular service, like we have the Ghana Forces Chaplaincy, you have the police service, but we are civilian.
Okay.
We are civilian and we are not the regular security agencies. And it's from the history of chaplaincy, if you permit me to talk briefly about the history of chaplaincy. Chaplaincy actually started with the military. But the time came where discovered the civil populace were left behind. And they also discovered what the military were going through that brought this show of chaplaincy. The civilians were also going through it. And so people rose up and said, oh, we can volunteer to also offer this emotional care, social care, spiritual care, religious care to people. And so then they came up with this chaplaincy, civil chaplaincy. So Crown Patriots Chaplaincy is just one of those chaplaincy.
In Ghana. Yes. How long has it been in Ghana?
In Ghana, Crown Patriots Chaplaincy is about 3 years.
About 3 years.
About 3 years. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about some of the humanitarian works that you do.
Yeah. So in Ghana, we have the National Command. Then we have the Regional Command. As now we have the Greater Accra Regional Command inaugurated, we have the Eastern Regional Command, we have the Oti Regional Command, we have the Volta Regional Command, and we're also going to have all the 16 regional commands in Ghana. Now, talking about some of the humanitarian work, we have gone to fumigate 3-town senior high school in the Denu. We have gone to fumigate both the female and the male dormitory at the Georgia Senior High School.
Okay.
They have gone to, what's the name of that school? Went to they went there, and we're also working at stocking their computer lab now. We're working on that. We have partners who want to finish their computer lab with.
How do you decide where to go?
Actually, when either our officers they spot the need, or somebody come to us. There's one on my table now. There's a school in Aflao. He's taking care of children free. The children can take care. So he came to us when we are like this, and then he collected the number and then came to the office and he said, "Can we help?" And he said, "We don't have money. What we see, where we have an issue like this, then we can talk to our partners. People can help us, and then we put it on the table, and then they'll help."
Okay.
So, but some too, like when we did the fumigation in those schools, it was a direct labor. So we just bought the chemicals. Then we went there, we get them the steps, and then we do the work as
okay, Reverend Olivia, would you like to come in? What do you have to say?
Yeah. Actually, I will just talk about chaplaincy. What exactly chaplaincy is? Actually, chaplaincy is a ministry full of sacrifice.
Okay.
It's like a military work, but full of sacrifice. In the civil, we have 4 pillars that chaplaincy is grounded on.
Okay.
Chaplaincy is a ministry that provides, facilitates. Chaplaincy is full of care.
Provides care.
Yeah, we provide, we facilitate, we care, and we advise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counsel, yeah.
Those are the
Like
main.
counsel young people.
Counsel,
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Not only young people.
Not only young people, but
those who-
the
everyone who needs it.
depressed,
Yeah,
the
those who need it.
depressed,
And
yes, people in crisis. So you can see chaplaincy planted at prisons, Ghana Armed Forces, or Armed Forces in general, not Ghana alone.
Yeah.
The police service, the fire service, everywhere that human institution is, the need is there for chaplaincy to be planted. Because in short, or in summary, chaplaincy is about people care.
Yeah.
The whole thing is centered about people. The church is there, all right, but the one-to-one that you receive when you are depressed, you can get it from chaplaincy.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fine. No, thank you so much. Yeah.
to add
so
to it, it's about love, compassion, care, and support.
Okay.
And we work hand in hand with the institution, either the military, police service, like GTV, for instance. You must have a chaplain.
Yeah, including hospitals.
Who,
And
yeah,
hospitals.
psychologically,
Yeah.
physically, spiritually, and mentally.
Okay.
We assist all those people.
Okay, so tell us about the event happening tomorrow.
The event is the first of its kind in Ghana, International Chaplaincy Conference 2024. This is the first time we are.
And this is the first time
This is the first time
in Ghana.
I wonder how that happened.
Yeah.
But, okay, you've been now for like 3 years.
Yes.
So this is the first.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
go
Ghana
ahead.
is hosting
Give us
that,
more details about it.
So we are going to. It's going to be full of awareness of chaplaincy, and we are going to do passing out of the new cadets. The new cadets are going to pass out because
does
we
that
have.
include you?
It includes
How do you
me.
feel about it? You're ready?
Very elated.
Oh yeah, because I can tell the compassion, the sacrifice that comes with it.
Yes.
We have a school.
Okay.
In fact, I'm one of the lecturers at the school.
Okay.
You pass through serious and holistic learning to know, to understand
Okay.
the work of chaplaincy, of a chaplain.
So is there a particular theme for this year's the first ever chaplaincy
Yes,
conference?
repackaging chaplaincy into a viable brand in Africa and beyond.
Oh, okay. Why you don't think the brand is visible enough? Is
Yes,
that why you
actually, that's why you do the repackage. You know what you repackage,
Okay,
and you
okay.
give a different, because, for example, when we were at a radio station at Flower, then the presenter, Holy FM, he said, all you know about chaplaincy is somebody leading a worship at the assembly in the school, and they say it's the chaplain of the school.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't know any other thing about chaplain. So it means that we need to repackage chaplaincy.
Yeah.
You know, so like when you look at our t-shirt, then you see say chaplaincy, the Ministry of Care.
Okay.
Ministry of Care and Presence. Chaplaincy is all about the care and presence. So we want to repackage chaplaincy to a viable brand, not just in Africa, but even beyond. But Africa is
what time tomorrow is it starting?
It's at 10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yes.
Is the venue again?
also
Presbyterian
Presbyterian.
Hall.
Okay, Presbyterian Hall.
Oxford Street.
Oxford Street. So, Reverend Father, Moses Alfred, very briefly, how do we? Let's say, well, moving forward, what are your long-term plans, and then we wrap up this entire conversation.
Yeah, moving forward, we want to call on the general public to join this chaplaincy. As he said, we do chaplaincy education, and that chaplaincy education is international because it's online. Because we have this Crown Prince chaplaincy, we have it in Lesotho, in South Africa, we have it in Kenya, Uganda. So when we do the online, yes, so when we do online, we do it generally. Then after the online graduation, then every country will organize the passing out ceremony. Then we're having this passing out ceremony in this conference. So going forward, we want to encourage people to join the chaplaincy for the education, and also people to have contacts so that when they need help, emotional care, so they can call us. For example, I went to hospital in Afla. They were told
how do people get in touch with you?
I can call my number.
Yes,
okay.
you can.
0551 427 384.
The number again?
0551 427 384.
Okay, this is all time will allow us for. So I've been speaking with members or chaplains from the Crown Patriots chaplaincy here in Ghana. I was joined by Chaplain Apostle Captain Francis Amorin Sovo, who is the Greater Accra Regional Commandant, seated on my far left. Then there's also Cadet Officer Reverend Olivia Tabo and Chaplain Apostle Captain Reverend Father Moses Alfred, who is also the National Commandant, Crown Patriotic Chaplaincy. Thank you all for coming this morning. I wish you all the best for your event tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are invited.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. The show continues right after this.
How do we go?
Cakes Boutique and Decor are right here to give us something snazzy. So we have Constance and Erica. And what do we have today?
Okay, so we are cooking rice banku with groundnut broth.
Okay.
Erica.
We have fruit salad punch.
Fruit salad punch. Rice banku.
Yes.
And groundnut broth.
Yes.
Is this like this one?
Exchange rate.
Exchange rate. Okay, all right. Talk to us. So what are the ingredients we need for this?
So for the rice banku, we have powdered rice, salt, water, and they have a pre-cooked groundnut. Add our veggies in it.
Groundnut soup, groundnut broth.
Yes, groundnut broth.
Okay.
So first of all, pour water.
Okay.
Cover it a bit. Allow it to boil.
Okay.
And then I'll do a little rice solution here.
What solution?
Rice solution.
Rice solution.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're in a chemistry lab.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adding subtractive.
How did the rice get so fine and?
Okay, so we just blended it in our dry blender. So you can send it to the mill if you are doing a large quantity. But if it's not a large quantity, you can just blend it in from your house.
Okay.
So I'm adding salt to taste.
So this is just white rice, right?
White rice.
You can use brown too.
You can use brown rice.
Okay.
Local rice, any rice. The advantage of using this powdered rice is it cooks faster compared to our normal rice balls. It's faster because it's in powder. So the moment you pour it inside,
it's gone.
It's gone. You're good to go.
You know, I was just thinking we should declare months. You know, we should declare 1 month the month of rice. Then we do rice recipes. Then another month, the month of cassava. Then we do cassava recipes.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, the month of yam.
Yeah.
Month of millet.
Yeah. I have a lot of ideas.
Yeah, we can do stuff with the snacks and food and stuff like that.
Yeah, and drinks and all that.
Yeah. Rice month.
Vegetables for soup and for
plantain month.
Yeah.
You know.
I like the idea.
Cocoyam month.
Okay, so that's my solution here.
Okay. Okay, so this is definitely not a mutual because the mutual is not like this.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Rice banku.
Yes. Exchange rate.
Exchange rate. 16 point something. It is a dollar. Okay.
Okay. So right now, water is boiling already. So stir in the salt nicely. Okay. Beautifully. Okay.
You're going to pour that in.
Yeah. We're going to pour the rice solution in it.
And I keep stirring.
You keep stirring.
It looks like semo.
You like semo?
Semolina.
I like semolina.
Yeah.
I like the fact that it's so light to eat.
It's a popular breakfast in Nigeria. I don't think it's that popular in Ghana though.
Watch
Semolina.
it. Watch it is popular in Ghana.
Yeah.
So we're going to give it a good stir till it thickens.
Okay.
And then we'll correct the texture with more of the rice powder.
The rice powder.
Yeah. So it's quite easy and very simple to cook in the house.
What causes the lumps?
If you don't stir well, and also when the water is too much, then you start having lumps. So I like to prepare it with small amount of water so that it thickens. The moment it thickens, then I'll use my water to do the finishing.
Okay. Although you know, amongst the FF people, we have a porridge which they actually intentionally create the lumps.
Oh wow!
And it's called cockly.
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 Yeah.
And you have lumps in it. And it's
so what does the lump do to it?
Oh,
it makes it heavy.
It makes it heavy, yeah.
And easy to eat.
Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Okay.
It's a kind of porridge with lumps.
Full.
Yeah, very full, very full. Okay.
Okay. Oh, you're doing well with the stirring.
Okay.
Because now I'm going to add more of my powder here so that I can thicken the base.
Okay. So is it Erica who comes up with the names?
Erica.
What's her inspiration?
She likes eating weird food. So this weird food.
Okay, so it's always a good inspiration.
So we'll be correcting it with the water in between so we get the texture we need. Just like a banku texture. You're doing so well. What can I believe in you? I can see you. You're good.
This one there, Charlie. It's just Takashi. I beg, take over for me.
Okay.
The way the thing they go, I need help. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll mix in the water.
Okay.
So that everything mixes out very well. And then somebody will say we'll drive it.
Yeah, drive it, yes. Drive the banku.
So that we can activate the starch in it.
Yeah.
If you don't do it that way, you cannot activate the starch in it.
Yeah, real nice.
So it's already coming up well already.
Yeah.
Unlike our usual mutu in the house where you have to cook the rice till it's well done before you can start. So you can see the starch is activating. So now everything is binding together nicely.
Yeah, looking consistent now.
Yeah. So at this stage, I will add a little water, cover it, allow the steam to do the final cooking. And then we are good to go. If you want it a little more soft, you can go like twice. You can do the steam method for like twice, and then you're good to go. But if you want it a little heavier, you can go just once. So we'll go the first part, just a little water. Cover it, allow it to simmer.
Okay, so you don't cover it.
Cover it.
We have a new one out titled Relax. So any pressure you go through, just relax. We'll be so how I do, I know I can tell you, say, relax the money. The pressure now is too much. This one features Na Ajimai, the legendary Na Ajimai.
So with the garnet soup is the normal, usual way of preparing garnet soup in the house.
What's the usual way?
So we season our meat and fish for more flavor. So we season with ginger, garlic, onion, a little pepper, And then we mixed our groundnut paste with tomato puree, cooked it for a while. So after the seasoning, we added a little water, put it on the side, blended onion, garlic, tomatoes, added it to the meat seasoning, and then add your groundnut paste, correct the seasoning, and then allow it to simmer for a while. Groundnut soup is ready.
One time.
Sharp. So with the broth is a continental dish.
Which continent?
All over.
Yeah.
Whereby they use beef stock, chicken stock, or any meat stock. Add some veggies to it and then correct the seasoning. Instead of going the continental way, we are bringing broth to Ghana.
Okay.
So instead of using the stock or the meat, we want to use our groundnut soup and then add the veggies to it.
So the soup becomes the broth. Is broth thicker than soup?
Broth is a bit lighter.
Lighter than
In
soup.
Ghana, we don't like this.
Yeah, no, we like thick stuff. 2-day-old abenkwai.
Sharp.
Thick groundnut soup. And things
Yes,
like
we
that.
are bringing all the continental dishes to Ghana.
Okay.
Okay, so it's boiling.
Okay. You want the water to permeate everywhere?
Yeah, see the softening part. Actually looks like Simo, right?
It does look like Simo, seriously. It's almost done, right?
Almost done.
And Erica is doing it like this. The salad?
Yeah, she's doing the fish like
No, tell me she's not going to grind all of that and then we'll drink it. Is that what's going to happen?
No way.
Oh, okay.
No way.
Okay. All right. You guys always come up with really jazzy stuff. So
No
green
way.
pepper ground with lettuce and things.
Just somebody doing, she was cooking, what was it name? Oats with chili sauce. I'm like, oh my god, this is...
Oats with chili sauce. Like shito.
Like shito.
Oats with shito.
Hey, and she was
So
like,
she cooked the
I know
oats like
you will
banku.
love this. And no, you will love this. No,
She did the oats like banku
yes.
and ate it with shito.
No, she blended the oats.
With shito.
Yes, in it. I like, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
I would try it though.
Okay, so right now we take it out.
Our rice banku is almost done, right?
Yes.
You're going to scoop it in the balls.
Yes, please.
I think I know the cake boutique style now.
Aha. Okay, so let me scoop everything here nicely.
If you didn't know, you would think it's akplen or banku.
Cute that akpone banku vibe. Okay, so now how we do this part, do the cleaning part.
Is it off?
It's off.
Tissue?
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Comment allez-vous? Eh bien, nous avons to say, the boys, the girls, yeah, how far?
So I was inspired by one of my students yesterday, and she was like, anytime they cook banku in the house, they mostly use plantain leaves to
Those are
cook.
plantain leaves?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, wow, I like that.
So we're going to present it with plantain leaves?
Yes.
Okay. Very common in some parts of Asia as well.
Yeah.
Vietnam and those places. You go to a restaurant and they'll serve the food on leaves like this. Yeah. It's like wache, isn't it?
It's like wache.
Yeah.
The way the leaves give it flavor.
In fact, the wache and the abobo, the Ghanaian beans taste nicer with the leaves.
Yeah, that's true, you're right.
Oh, okay. You're going to wrap it up.
Yeah.
The lions will come inside. No way. It looks like a chicken wrap, green chicken wrap. So this is a rice banku wrap. Oh man, you guys.
Nicely done.
Yeah, rice. This is rice shawarma, man.
That's rice shawarma.
Yeah.
You should have made him rice shawarma.
You give me your another name.
Yes, so improved, newly improved.
Yeah, please give my director the credit. He dropped it on us.
Oh,
rice
wow.
Shawarma. Yeah. And it's environmentally friendly too. No plates.
No plates.
Yeah. When you finish, you don't need to even use soap. You just feed it to the goats. The plantain leaves off.
Sharp.
You have goats at home.
So you fold it. Folding it easy.
And definitely some of the plantain flavor will enter there.
Yeah, that was the way she was like, after they take it out, the plantain flavor, she was like,
it will come inside.
Like, oh wow,
Yeah.
I need this in my banku.
This is great. This is great. We forgive you award, the most creative chef.
Okay, so I'm going to divide this into two so that you can see. Just like shawarma.
Yeah. Or chicken wrap. Chicken wrap or something. You know what it looks like? It looks like a cucumber, man. Does it not?
Yeah, it does. I love the combination of the greens.
Yeah, good colors.
Okay, so now we'll drop
The soup, the broth.
Yep, the broth. Pre-cooked garlic.
Let's have fun. Let's take you way back.
You put inside here. Is the fire on? Want tissue?
Spatula. That's the scripting for me. Okay, now I want the tissue.
Fire on.
Fire on. Yeah, a little water to lighten it a bit.
Yeah. Does it require stirring?
Yeah, it does.
I can help with that.
There you go.
No way, this is going to go inside?
Yeah. That's the way I got the bread.
You guys.
So drop.
You guys. No way. Yeah, well, it's balanced though, because the soup doesn't have any crunchy vegetables, and now you've added the broth. Yeah.
So cover it for a while after you finish stirring.
You guys are just something. What kind of animals are inside there?
Forest, the whole forest.
Forest there.
What Jay was talking about it. Elephants fighting.
So we've got some elephants inside here. So it's beef and stuff?
Yeah, beef and
fish?
stuff, fish.
Any pork?
No.
Okay. Okay, good.
So allow it to simmer whilst I recover and as through the punch.
Okay. So the punch time, right?
Yeah, punch time.
Okay. We're gonna
So we have our
Okay.
and we have, because we don't want it to discolor, we added lime to it.
Okay.
We are going to blend and we have Sprite.
Okay. Sprite. Okay.
Those are yogurt.
Okay. I pour everything inside. Sprite like the soft drink. Okay. All right. All of it?
Yes.
Okay. I blend that. Cover. Okay. So your watermelon. Four. Okay.
There is ice cream.
Yeah. Keep it cold. And we're gonna pour the stuff on it.
So we have our dry mint.
Okay, dry. Oh, okay, nice. Erica, the cocktail champion. No, it's no. Pour that in. Yeah, I can smell the mint action already. Let me make this up here. That's it? We go inside. Okay. I think some servings are going on. Okay. Great. Wow. Okay. The good thing about being in the kitchen is that you can eat your mistakes. Yeah. If you don't throw it away, you eat it. Yeah. That goes in, and then this goes, right? Okay. Tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. I know you have some crazy sauce.
No, this one, because of the
You just drink it direct. Okay. Okay. We're done, eh? Wow. Shall I make that fish feature? The collabo for the fish for me plenty. We will fishermen. Wow. So how much would you spend on a recipe like this? And how many people can it serve?
It can serve 3 people.
Okay.
If you're cooking all the rice, it can serve 4 people.
Okay.
You can put around 51 or 50 to this.
Okay.
And it will be enough. And there will be some leftovers.
Yes. I see towel in it.
Yes.
Fish, everything.
Everything.
Okay. Rice banku with groundnut broth and fruit salad punch. I think we're done. Where can we find you, Cakes Boutiques and Decor?
So Cakes Boutique and Decor is located at Tetegu Wager. You can find us there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Tetegu Wager. The number is there on your screen. Look at them on X, on Facebook, on Instagram. Cakes Boutique and Decor. The number is there, 054-896-3385. This is going to come here. This is the presentation.
Yeah.
Let's make way.
Let me give you a mat.
Yes, we have a mat. And we're presenting. We are done. I'll lift this for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Here we go.
Right.
Can I angle it like that?
Yes.
Okay. And there we go. Constance and Erica. So how come you're called Cakes Boutiques and you've never done cakes here for us before? Is that how you started?
No, that's the full cause.
So why are you called Cakes Boutiques?
Because the cake was the main thing.
The cake was the main deal.
Yeah.
Yes. And you still do cakes?
You still do cakes.
Okay.
You still do training and
You should swap some cake. When it's Christmas time, you drop a cake for us.
Sure.
Yeah?
We'll create
with a special name.
Create
something. Banku's cake. All right, guys. So this is how we do it every Friday, right here on GTV Breakfast. Remember the name, Cakes Boutique and Decor. They're at Tetegu. The number was on the screen. It can come again. Who knows? But it's Constance and it's Erica. And I don't even taste it right now because you'll be too jealous. I'm going to go over to Jay, who has Social Media Corner coming up. And I'll do some secret tasting. You will see it on GTV Ghana's Facebook page. The evidence will be there. All right, take care, Jay. Take it away.
me and not the you. What you want is a you. Another your penny one cent. What you under the what you want is a you. Another your penny one cent. What you under the
And we're back. It's time now for the social media corner. SMC with me, yours truly, Jay Gabra, that GTV boy. A lot has happened over the past week. And if you remember, back in July, Democracy Hub sent a petition to the police saying they are embarking on a demonstration from the 21st to the 23rd of September. And if you remember, over the weekend, they began their protest. And now some of them have been arrested and remanded in custody. And this past week, hashtag Free the Citizens has been trending. A lot more stories developing out of that hashtag. There are claims and then counterclaims. The police says this. The protesters also say this. So it's been the general back and forth. And then at the UN General Assembly currently ongoing, the 79th UN General Assembly, the president also giving some remarks at the General Assembly. And some people also took the protest to the UN General Assembly. So here's a video for you to see some snippets of it.
In order, because you cannot hold protesters in prison as well as in police cells without legal representation and medical care. This is what is happening. 60-year-olds are getting arrested. Little kids who were included in the protest are being are detained as we speak. Pregnant women are being detained as we speak. And this is the president of Ghana. This is what illegal mining called Galamsey looks like. And I want you to go on the internet and do a search for Galamsey or illegal mining in Ghana. And I bet you see all our rivers looking like this.
Yeah, earlier I mentioned that there are claims by the protesters and there are also claims by the police. So it's like one says something, another two says something. It also turns out that the lady wasn't pregnant as well. Later on, I'll be reading some bits of police update number 7, and then I believe the headlines will deal with that topic more effectively. But Larry Madao, who is a CNN correspondent, also had his bit to say on social media.
Speaking here in New York this morning at the UN General Assembly, while back at home there's outrage over the continued detention of peaceful protesters against illegal mining. Some of them have been denied bail, have been denied access to medical care, and people are raising their voices about the human rights violations by the Ghana Police Service and also by what they see as the court's attempt to deny them their constitutionally guaranteed rights. Ghana's president.
We are in an information age, and how we handle information is quite critical. So after that video, our information minister had this to say in response to Larry on X. The statement coming up just a moment. Yes. It says, Dear at Larry Madao, please do well to check and report on both sides of the story when making predictions, publications that impact a country's image. Ghana has always supported citizens' right to demonstrate peacefully. However, acts of vandalism, attacks on police, and disruptions to public order will always be contained by the police in any jurisdiction. Ghana's courts are also mature enough to examine evidence against accused persons and make appropriate decisions. So that's our information minister also countering the claims Larry made on social media. So there's this whole back and forth. And the police have also released updates number 7. We've been giving you the updates as and when. I'll just read parts of it for now. For instance, if you read parts of public updates number 7, the first one goes, as the public may recall, the police on 9 July 2024 received a notice from the Democracy Hub of their intention to hold a protest from 21st to 23rd September 2024 at the Revolutionary Square in front of the Jubilee House. However, the organizers refused to consider an alternative location and insisted on picketing at the Revolutionary Square. The police were therefore compelled to take the matter to the court for a determination as to the venue. For purposes of emphasis, the police were not in court to prevent them from demonstrating on the stated dates. I'll move on to point number 6. On 21st September 2024, the demonstrators unlawfully assembled at the 37 intersection and engaged in the following acts, among others, which caused extreme inconvenience to the general public, particularly the motoring public. blocking the intersection in all directions with vehicles, stones and logs, causing massive vehicular traffic across the city, setting fire in the intersection, harassing and attacking road users, including military and police officers, abusing police and military officers, banging on vehicles, playing football in the road, and causing unlawful damage. And I'll read this last one, and then we can move on later on. I believe the headlines will deal with the topic extensively. These un-Ghanaian, uncivil and unlawful acts of the demonstrators caused extreme inconvenience to commuters who were caught in traffic for several hours. Persons in need of medical care had difficulty reaching medical facilities, and families visiting their loved ones who were on admission at the hospital had difficulty getting to them with essential supplies. So the statement goes on for a bit. So you can find that statement on the police service website as well, on their X page also. Yes. And as a result of that, we now, there's a new flyer going around that says there's another demonstration loading, hashtag free the citizens. It will be on your screen. It says hashtag say no to Galamsey demonstration. And this is coming off on the 3rd of October to the 5th of October this year. The meeting point, they go on Oponglo and route to Independence Square. I hope they have permission to do that. Let's see how it turns out. So that's another demonstration which is loading. And as a result of all this, yesterday another video from back in the day started trending. This is an interview that Archbishop Duncan Williams granted to Paul Adomotre back in the day, and it's as a result of what he said during that interview, that's why it's trending. Let's watch this video.
As a spiritual man and as a watchman upon the walls of this country, there is a wind coming. Wow. And it's not 2019. It will begin after 2020 going.
After 2020, there's a wind coming.
There's a wind coming. The Arab uprising is coming.
Here.
It's coming. It's coming.
By the youth.
It's coming not just to Ghana, West Africa, all over, if we don't do something. Because you see, look at a lot of these youths. They've graduated from school. They are home, no job. Some of them, you go to these car washing places, you see 10 young men who have graduated from university washing one car, and then they have to wait for some hours before another car comes. Some of them live in these kiosks. You know, we have kiosk estates these days, opposite the wealthy areas, and they know the people who live in the community. They went to school, some of their kids. Some of them know the families. They have nothing. Suddenly they go into politics and they have everything. And they drive the best, they fly the best. Their children go to school abroad and everything.
I believe this interview was before the COVID-19 lockdown and everything. So that was back on Metro TV. Thanks for that footage. We surfaced yesterday, hashtag Throwback Thursday. A lot of insights in that video. There's a wind coming and all. So let's move on to the next story, the next trend. And of course, for us journalists and of course across the country and across the world, is we want to end Galamsey now. This video we are about to show you was taken last year on the 23rd of September, and it's a drone footage of how the Benso River looks like. So that was some live Galamsey action at a mining site in Benso. So you could see people just going about their activities. That video is from a year ago, so you can imagine the situation currently. God willing, we'll go there and then bring you an update later on in the coming weeks. And fortunately, what I'm holding is not Galamsey water. It's a smoothie from Constance, So with this one, I can't drink it at all. But before I drink it, I just want to take us back a bit. It's Flashback Friday. This is Mr. Keda's Love Letter.
So this is all with my letter. I say, dear my love, come on. How are you, honey? Boy, you know I miss you so much. I wish you were here with me, baby. You left only your picture, but can't imagine what's on in the future, hey. No call, no letter, baby. Do you know how I miss you, my Sherry? If it's worse or better, baby, I'm dying. So this is my letter from me to you. So please reply, boy, I'm not getting well. Oh, I wish I have wings like I'll fly away. Fly away, yeah. So if I have wings to fly, I'll go far away to look for. And if I'm to make a wish, I wish you'd be here with me tonight.
Oh yes, and we're back. It's still SMC on hashtag GTV Breakfast. That was Love Letter, Mr. Keda. It's reminiscent of Daddy Anoma by Kojo Antwi. Daddy Anome, me de me letter come order. Speaking about creativity, this is the man, Chris Ross, and I believe he's the next big thing in Ghana. You don't believe me? Watch this video.
So did he say, oh, Chris Ross, the crowd there, the answer in here. Also, did he say, Chris Rose, R-O-S-S. Chris Rose. Yes. What can I say? I was saying Chris Rose. Chris Rose. Need the star. Near the star. Like what can be the noise? And today be about you the count. Yes. And today this song is coming from Chris Rose. Oh, my weekend just started, man. You guys are putting me in the weekend mood. I'm so happy, man. I see. Now, Chris Ross. Now, also you're singer now. So happy. Oh, that being a singer. You're singing. Two people should be like now. Open instrument and I been raw. On my instrument. The ebona open. Open the ebona. Okay, also start man. Chris Ross. It's on the mic. Let's go. Baby, Bella Mundi, Chris Reps, my baby, I love you. Please forgive me. Yeah. I'm sorry. Baby girl, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yeah. Bella Mundi, I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Baby girl, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yeah. Baby girl, I'm sorry. Baby
so back then, that was Xylophone FM. You remember Sammy Flex interviewing the man, Chris Ross. You know, that whole, he's the next big thing. And then if you're celebrating your birthday today, that song goes out to you. Especially you, my favorite co-host who has abandoned me for the time being, Ms. Valerie Danso. That song is for you. Hey, later on in the show, we'll just be playing it just for your sake. Happy birthday to you. I know today is going to be extraordinary just because I played you that song. It's going to be fantastic. But for now, yes, Dancing with the Peppers with Familiars very soon.
I party. I found 3 months while I got it. I tell my friend, baby, send you a message.
Oh, hello, welcome back. So I don't know, looking at that video is quite simple. If you can't do the dance moves, then I don't think you make it to heaven. Yes, I'm the one saying it. You know, according to research, male mosquitoes are the ones that make a lot of noise. And you know that annoying thing where you're trying to sleep and then they just come buzzing around you, like in your ear. Like it's a music production, it's a concert going on wherever they are. I don't know if it's a mating dance or what, but it's just really, really, really annoying. Enjoy this video. Well, if only that was the kind of sound they made, maybe we'll probably jam with them, but it's just so annoying. You know, in what some consider as one of the most violent cartoons ever, most of us grew up watching Tom and Jerry, and it's still a classic in these present times. So today is Flashback Friday. We're bringing you some memories. Enjoy this nostalgic video. Yes, I was enjoying myself. I forgot I was still on live television. So it's still hashtag SMC. A lot coming up for the GTV breakfast, including the fact that I was speaking with Lexi the comic, and you'll be telling us why is the new falls, you know, what that's all about. And for now, enjoy the music styling. So someone will be wrapping the show for us today. I'm speaking, of course, about AC with Can I Live?
twinkle, my beauty star. How I wonder what you are. Like a diamond on my bed. I want to come see you right now. Twinkle, twinkle, my beauty star. How I wonder what you are. Push every person to be a woman. I'm a child, I feel my brother. Me why you she goja. Yeah, goja. Benya so goja. Yeah, goja. Bobby now we share me now no. I know you way when so. Let's see my da. Check my pretty pain I'm fine so. Babe out there. Pain I'm fine so. Babe out there. My time me angelo. Babe out there. My time me angelo. Babe out there.
My baby, You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're gentle and wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Today is World Tourism Day. There's a special supplement on that in today's Daily Graphic. Allow stakeholders to support free SHS funding, says MOBA panelist. MOBA is the Mfantsipim Old Boys Association.
Right. Ododio constituency, can MPP halt NDC's dominance is the question there.
The first MP of that constituency was Kwame Nkrumah.
Oh, wow.
That's where he came out of jail and became an MP. Yep.
Amazing.
Ghanaian Times.
Ghanaian Times has 6.2 million children to register for Ghana card from October to March 2025.
Call for voters register forensic audit premature. EC replies NDC.
Public varsity unions walk off jobs. Commencement of 2024-2025 academic year postponed.
Democracy Hub case Oliver Baka Vomao remanded. So now there are 59 who have been remanded in police and prison custody.
From about 20.
Yes, it's 59.
Daily Guide has the big one being NDC demonstration. No pregnant woman child arrested, please. How is it NDC demonstration?
It's Democracy Hub.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake from Daily Guide.
I think so. It must be.
Government would tolerate lawlessness, says the Info Minister.
And EC launches online voters exhibition.
And Bawumia to launch taxi drivers digital platform.
NIA begins minors registration October 7.
Okay.
7 is a good number.
The Chronicle.
The Chronicle has arrest of Democracy Hub protesters is fake news. Louisa is not pregnant, according to medical reports.
Government will not entertain any acts of lawlessness, says Fatima Tu, the Information Minister.
Dismissed the military officer, others jailed 180 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Proverbs 19:9, a false witness will not go unpunished, and he who tells lies will perish. Okay. That's your...
I was witness.
Yep, the Ghanaian Observer.
The Ghanaian Observer says government won't tolerate any acts of lawlessness, Information Minister.
Forensic audit of BVR, Electoral Commission bounces NDC.
Work on 832 TDC housing units set to begin, says the Minister of Works and Housing.
And Ghana establishes diplomatic relations with Madagascar and St. Lucia. I think, yeah, St. Lucia is the country of the lady who won the 100 meters in the Olympics. Yes, the dark sprinter who did a good job. Yeah,
yes, I remember.
Yes,
I
yes,
do
yes.
remember.
She won that. Okay.
There was a warning about not fueling cars with passengers on board.
Exactly.
From the NPA as well.
Oh, okay. All right.
Safety check.
So when I get to the filling station, there are people in my car. They have to get down.
It looks like. You see how they even say mobile phones, don't use mobile phones.
The attendants themselves are on the phone. Yeah.
So, and anytime I get them, like, is this a day would explode from a mobile phone?
Yeah, it's scary.
It's something.
Okay, so those are your headlines. Keep your comments coming in 055-556-1034. Good morning.
Good morning. We'll stick
around
with the ladies shortly.
For good.
They show for the head. Breakfast, and it's the Friday edition, the women panel on GTV Breakfast for the headlines. And the show is brought to you by Wake Purified Drinking Water. Virtual Sound has all your quality sound needs, so you should go to them in all their branches and seek some consultation and medimosis for all your health needs as well. There's a health screening going on at the First American Specialist Center. It's actually a partnership between them and GBC, and they are at the GBC clinic now, and the health screening is happening. Kidneys, liver, different kind of tests will be done, and it's all for free. So if you're a staff of GBC and the general public as well, you can come in with your family and your friends and get screened. This morning, there are big stories on the Democracy Hub demo and what the police is saying, and also the Electoral Commission and the NDC's request for a forensic audit. Now, our women are seated. One woman for now, Dr. Ekuya Amoako. She's a member of the National Communications team of the MPP. Dr. Amoako, good morning. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
You've had quite a busy morning, so an eventful one. But let me start with what's on your mind before we dive into the big stories of the day. This entire week, what has caught your eye?
Well, this week has been one that has been fraught with a lot of high emotions, if I can say that. But I feel like in all of this, the objects or the focus may have been lost a little.
Okay.
I do not see a lot of people talking about the solutions to the problems that we have, which is really the only way we are going to be able to solve it.
Okay.
Advocacy and talking about an issue, after it gets to a certain point, then it just becomes like a room where thoughts are just bouncing off each other, and I don't think that's the way to get anything done. I wish we would redirect the conversation back to solving things. So was it this week or last week, the running mate of the NPP, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, called on both political parties to come together and sign the pacts so that we can move forward in dealing with this Galamsey menace. And I was really pleased with that, because I feel like that's the first step that needs to be done, especially with everything that is coming from the camp of our opposition. I was expecting that to happen.
The latest bottle.
Yes, I was expecting that to happen. But the truth is, if we don't talk about the issues, or we behave as though the water is being polluted only because MPP members are partake. I saw yesterday Jane Nana make a statement like that, and I found that really troubling, because that really belittles the issue. If you try and say that, then it's like you don't understand the true scale of what we are dealing with. There are videos of people mining under their beds. There are videos of people. Recently, I think I was seeing a story of an abandoned gold mine by a Prestia Gold Mines or something, and the people in the community have gone to bring Chinese people to go and re-explore these pits. You can just do a Google search and then find this thing. So it is obviously a huge problem, and to say that it is because MPP people are doing it is just trying to play politics with the issue, which has become characterized by the NDC. To me, it looks like instead of them coming together and joining hands with us so that we can solve it together, build on everything we've done so far. And today I'm going to take my time and then mention a few things we've done so far and how far we've come in the fight. To think that everybody is not concerned about the destruction of our water bodies is false. It's not possible. There's no way any well-meaning Ghanaian will see this and think it's okay. It affects everybody. We all drink the water. It goes into the planting of our foods, and this is a very serious issue. But what I'm seeing right now of constant attacks from people, it's not the solution. I don't know how that's going to solve the problem. Very curiously, yesterday or the day before, I was just scrolling through the internet, and I found this post on YouTube, which I hope your viewers can go and check, just to create like a background so that we can have an actual conversation, so that in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we are not sitting here again with this bottle discussing this issue. The documentary is by Al Jazeera. You can just type in Africa Investigates Ghana Gold. I think Manasseh Azure was involved in that documentary. It came out somewhere in 2012, 2013, if I'm not wrong. You can just verify. And that's, I mean, it's the same story that we are saying now that was being said then. So the point of all of this is, if we don't come together and find a way to deal with this issue, it is very possible that in another 5, 6, 7 years, we'll come and sit here again and be apportioning blame, and the problem would not be solved. So what I want to do this morning is for us to actually have a discourse on the solutions we are proffering, which I think is been lacking all week. It seems to be characterized by distractions and diversions. I'm sure by this time your audience and a lot of you in the studio have seen the videos of Kweku Boahen and Tony Obeng and all the other NDC people in the mining towns, basically campaigning that the Galamsey that the Nana Addo government was fighting is a disruption to their lives, and when John Mahama comes, he will let them mine. The videos are there, so anybody can check. Another one even goes as far to say that as soon as the elections are declared and John Mahama is declared victor, they can just come back to their pits and mine.
And mine legally under concessions granted by government.
Was that made clear? And that's another thing, another issue I think we need to clarify. The difference between illegal mining in forest reserves, mining in water bodies, and the legitimate small-scale mining. Because I also find that in this whole conversation, the legitimate small-scale miners who go through a lot of processes to be licensed, who contribute a lot to our GDP, are being vilified, most likely unduly, because I don't know if there's evidence to suggest that after they mine their concessions, they don't reclaim which they are supposed to. I don't know if there's evidence to state that their mining leaches water into our water bodies, because these people are very heavily regulated. I think we have to separate them so that we're able to deal with the people mining in the water bodies properly.
I think the evidence would be arresting some of them. We have seen who were given licenses, but they weren't adhering to the rules that were given to them.
So I think those people are usually arrested. I've seen a few
that's
arrests.
What I'm saying.
Yes.
So I just feel like we can't put it out there that they are all abiding
yes,
by the
definitely
rules.
That would be wrong.
Yes.
It's impossible. There are a lot. I think recent estimates suggest something like 1 million people being involved. So obviously we can't sit here and expect to say that everybody is doing it ethically.
Right. It just looks like the illegal ones with the community people is what is overwhelming.
Exactly.
And what people like those on the streets now protesting the democracy have expect law enforcement to do something about.
Yes, I don't know if you've been in the past few weeks. I have seen that a few arrests have been made. Even the tax and the organization of small-scale miners, they seem to have formed a task force. I shouldn't say they have formed a task force, and they went around through some of these river bodies to effect a citizen's arrest on the people that were mining in these. They caught mining in these river bodies. I think somewhere in Mankranso. So I think the leader or the convener of that group also made a video, and it's been out there. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you?
Yes.
Yes, saying how the people couldn't even speak any of our local dialects, and the only thing they were able to tell him is that they were based from Togo. Obviously, there's a lot going on here. And it's very important that we discern so that we are able to effectively fight this menace.
Okay, and when you talk about a lot of what government has done in this regard. The task forces have been, the Galamsey task for Galam Stop, all of that. The president said that they are sending guards,
river guards, yes. So I can...
Why didn't this happen initially? How did we get to this point before river guards are going to police our water bodies? The water is already brown now.
Yes, I can understand your sentiments with that, but when you have a crisis such as this Galamsey issue, it's fair to say different approaches were tried. So initially, the tough on crime approach was adopted, where regular law enforcement officials, that's the police, military, were used in the fights for this. We all remember how that's went. A lot of the law enforcement officers that were posted to these areas did not even have the right training to be able to differentiate between the illegal miners and those with proper licenses. Because of the systems in which they operate and how sometimes opaque it can be, the system was being regularly corrupted, especially because of the huge sums of volumes of money that's involved in this gold mining. So it's on the back of all of that. So that's what I'm saying. A lot has been done and a lot has been learned from things that we've tried and have not yielded the kind of results that we wanted. So it's from then that we looked on to other countries like Brazil and Peru, and then it was very interesting for me to see that Brazil actually had a ban on illegal mining somewhere in the 1980s or 1990s, but it hasn't done anything to stop what is going on there. They also have a name for the they have the name for that, and so that also brought to my attention that this idea of a ban is probably not the solution. Number one, how do you enforce it? Even if you send the 100,000 police officers that we have to the Galant, I doubt we'll get the results we are looking for. It is time we consider a new approach. When the NDC tried their hands at this Galamsey menace and it was wrapping up, their Minister for Environment came out to say that basically the approach they were using was not working and they couldn't fight Galamsey basically. So a new approach has to be adopted. So for them to come now after so many years with the same approaches, that's one of your very top ministers told you it's not going to work. I mean, if not for anything, that should be a big zero, and that's also something we've looked at.
Do I get a sense that this fight has political parties, both of you have lost the fight?
I think there's a clear difference when you look at that. one, the opponent seems to be trying to use this for political points. It is quite obvious, as some of, it's quite obvious that, especially the protests that happened over the weekend, there's a school of thought that, I also ascribe to, that they are supported by the NDC. There are these videos we have of Tony Obeng, Kweku Boaheng in the mining areas campaigning based on this. Just this evening or this morning, I saw a video of their running mate, Professor Jane Nana, also somewhere in the central region, at that time, campaigning to the miners.
What I do here is that it's been taken out of context, and that's not what they said.
Okay, but
I'll just give you a few minutes so that I read the police press statement. Kafri Day will bring that, and then we can look at the democracy hub and the protesters, and I'll pick your thoughts.
Yeah, so where was I on that? Yeah, I saw the full video, so I don't know how it could have been taken out of context. But the point of all of this is their wishy-washiness in dealing with the issue. It leaves a lot to the imagination and proves that they especially don't have the moral right to be able to fight this. We on the other hand are proposing a lot of new solutions that I want to quickly go over before we go into this issue. The new solutions that we are proposing, after everything we've learned in the fight so far, is to redirect the approach from the heavy force that we've been using, and that has not been working, to try and re-educate these miners. A lot of that has been done previously, and then we had great successes.
Is it mediation? Are you looking at meeting the chiefs, because some chiefs have been alleged to be involved? Is it meeting these galamseyers?
So before the manifesto of the MPP was set up, a lot of consultation in this regard was done. So a lot of stakeholders in this sector have already been met, and then their inputs were sought to be able to come with the plan that we are proposing. So one thing that we've noticed is how the funding is foreign. So that's how the input of these Chinese people come in. So you take away that source by giving them funds. That's the first step.
Right.
The education that we are given, because the 4,000 miners that we've trained on how to mine sustainably are in community mining schemes now, and is working. And I hear the NDC saying that community mining scheme was like a scheme by the MPP to take concessions from well-meaning miners and redistribute to party apparatus.
4,000, you've trained 4,000?
Yeah, 4,000, yeah. Okay. And it's not even possible. These community miners, do we really think they will sit down and agree to this? There are pictures and stuff of their inaugurations, and they are very happy about these things. And I feel like if that was the case, we would have heard about it. So that's not the case. Let's just put that on record. So the training of them as well. Then the third thing is the issue of prospecting licenses and how people misuse this prospecting and use it, because you are prospecting for gold. The next thing you see, they are the river banks. So that's another thing we've identified as being one of the main causes of the problem. And so we are saying, okay, so the Geological Survey is going to take up that responsibility, prospect, and then now tell people exactly where you can find the gold. So we are not going to get prospecting licenses. The mercury, which is the very serious thing for us, which leaches into the water bodies, which is the main cause of the malformations that people are talking about, we are going to absolutely do away with that. In fact, there was
no mercury use.
Yes, no mercury use by introducing mercury-free catcher machines. Some of the machines have already arrived in the country. So these are the kind of things we are talking about. Another thing don't worry, I'll wrap up soon. Another thing we were able to identify is the water, because people need water. The miners need water to be able to wash the ore,
whatever it is
exactly, and then usually after that the water finds its way back into the river. So construct settlement dams so that the water you use is not going back into the river. What is in the settlement dam you can use to wash your and these are things that some of the miners who are doing it sustainably are doing, and is working. And so we are hoping to go on the back of that to do. Then to take reclamation very seriously, to be able to reclaim the lands that are already done. It was started somewhere in 2017, 2020, and then a team was put together to start some of the reclamations in the Western region. One of the young men that was involved I met recently was telling me how on some occasions they go to these concessions and they are chased away with guns.
Those who are going to reclaim
yes, because the miners there think they are law enforcement. So you see, this is how dicey the issue is, and if it's not handled properly, it can easily degenerate into a national security issue.
I'll give you a few minutes to talk about that just after Kafride brings us the report from the police, because I am just still trying to understand how whichever agency is in charge of mining didn't see this coming, chasing the reclamation people with guns, settlement dams, like all of these solutions that we're hearing now, which I'm thinking that is going to happen in the next years if you win power in December.
Some have been started now.
Yeah,
and the river wardings is also part of this whole plan. So now especially trained force.
Okay.
Do we
Dr. Marco, I'll give you a few minutes to expatiate on that. King Kath, yes, the Democracy Hub protesters and the police has issued a statement about this, and the information minister also has given her statement. Kath, can we hear from you what the police is saying first?
Yes, indeed. So this is it. Dated 26 September, which is yesterday, police update 7 on demonstration by Democracy Hub. 1. As the public may recall, the police on 9th July 2024 received a notice from the Democracy Hub of their intention to hold a protest from 21st to 23rd September 2024 at the Revolutionary Square in front of the Jubilee House. On receipt of the notice from the group, the police engaged the conveners and agreed with them on the chosen date of the demonstration, but advised them to change their chosen venue, the Revolutionary Square, which was considered a security zone and likely to affect public defense, public order, public safety, public health, and the running of essential services. However, the organizers refused to consider an alternative location and insisted on picketing at the Revolutionary Square. The police were therefore compelled to take the matter to the court for determination as to the venue. For purposes of emphasis, the police were not in court to prevent them from demonstrating on the said dates. The High Court on 18 September 2024 granted an order to prohibit Democracy Hub from using the Revolutionary Square as a venue for their intended demonstration. The police subsequently met with the organizers and urged them to accept 7 venues proposed by the police. Unfortunately, despite police efforts to facilitate their constitutional right to demonstrate, the organizers remained adamant.
Right.
And I'm going to continue. Remained adamant and insisted that they would disobey the order of the courts and picket at the Revolutionary Square in front of the Jubilee House. On 21st September 2024, the demonstrators unlawfully assembled at the 37 intersection and engaged in the following acts, among others, which caused extreme inconvenience to the general public, particularly the motoring public. Blocking the intersection in all directions with vehicles, stones, and logs, causing massive vehicular traffic across the city, setting fire in the intersection, harassing and attacking road users, including military and police officers, abusing police and military officers, banging on vehicles, playing football in the road, and causing unlawful damage. These un-Ghanaian, uncivil, and unlawful acts of the demonstrators caused extreme inconvenience to commuters who were caught in traffic for several hours. Persons in need of medical care had difficulty reaching the medical facilities, and families visiting their loved ones who were on admission at the hospital had difficulty getting to them with essential supplies. Also, there were delays in people attending social and cultural activities such as funerals, which define us as a people, and there was a negative impact on commercial activities, including people missing their flights and others not being able to access their businesses. Following an assessment of the situation at the end of the first day, the police cautioned the organizers that the police would not allow them to demonstrate at the 37 intersection. Instead, they should move to one of the 7 locations suggested by the police where security will be provided. The demonstrators disregarded the caution by the police and unlawfully assembled once again at the 37 intersection the following day and began to repeat their previous day actions. While the police were professionally and persuasively engaging the demonstrators to leave the street and restore normal traffic flow, the demonstrators attacked the police. One of them entered the police vehicle, removed the ignition key, and fled with it, while others threw police crash barriers at the police officers, among others. The police had no option but to arrest them.
Right.
Okay, so it continues. In the midst of these provocations, the police did not use any force against anyone. In all, 54 persons were arrested, and all of them have been put before the court in line with the due process of the law. The case is being prosecuted by the Office of the Attorney General. Following the arrests, the attention of the Ghana police has been drawn to reports suggesting that a 12-year-old, a 68-year-old woman, and a pregnant woman were among those arrested and detained.
Okay.
We'd like to categorically state that all these are false. We therefore urge the public to disregard these reports and treat them with the contempt they deserve. In the case of the 12-year-old child and the 68-year-old woman, in the course of the arrest, police realized that one of the suspects, Grace Asantewa, a 50-year-old woman who is being reported as a 68-year-old, had a child with her. In order not to separate the child from the woman, the child was allowed to accompany her to the police station. At the police station, police provided the child with food, and for the sake of the child, her guardian, Grace Asantewa, was granted a police inquiry bail and allowed to go home with the child. The Ghana police has charged Grace Asantewa with the offense of exposing a child to danger by bringing her to demonstration grounds, contrary to Section 71 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29. We would like to use this opportunity to advise members of the public to be mindful of involving our beloved children in activities that have the potential to expose them to danger. In the case of the alleged pregnant woman, Gloria Vera Louise, we would like to clarify that at the time of the arrest, there was no visible indication that she was pregnant. Additionally, at no point during the arrest or subsequent interactions did the said suspect inform the police of a pregnancy. Again, there was no communication to the court of any such condition, either by herself or through her lawyers. The statement continues on the next page.
Okay.
And I think we're almost done. Yeah, we're almost done.
Right.
In order to establish the veracity or otherwise of the claim in the public domain of the alleged pregnancy, the police took the initiative and sent her to the police hospital and an independent health facility for a thorough medical examination. Both medical results came out negative, suggesting that Gloria Vera Louise is not pregnant as claimed. 2 more paragraphs and I'll be done. As part of our efforts to be transparent and maintain high ethical and professional standards, The police administration has directed the Police Professional Standards Bureau to investigate the circumstances under which 2 of the suspects were kept in police custody beyond 48 hours without being sent to the court for necessary disciplinary action to be taken against those responsible. We would like to once again assure the public that the police remain committed to nurturing our growing democratic freedoms by providing the necessary security for individuals and groups to exercise their constitutional right to protest safely and peacefully in accordance with the laws governing protests in our beloved country. Signed, Director of Public Affairs, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Grace Ansa Akrufi.
Thank you so much, King. So the clarifications are there. The pregnant woman, the child, the elderly woman.
Yeah. And two people who were held for more than 48 hours are being, that case is being investigated by the police.
By the police. Yeah. Thank you. The police have actually done the lawyer's job for us. Thank you, Kinka, for the update from the police. And Dr. Marco, you've heard it. The Minister of Information has said government will not tolerate lawless acts. And I'm sure she's talking about citizens taking out keys from police vehicles and burning of flags and other stuff that we did here. Please land on the Galamsey for me and then touch on this.
So I think what was outstanding was the issue of the river wardens. And as I said previously, that was also something that we're learning from other people that are fighting this, and they're having some success with it. And even if you look at it logically, it sounds like a better solution, no? We know the extent of these river bodies. Why not train people specifically for this purpose so that they are able to patrol the borders of this perpetually. Okay. So it's not like you go and arrest somebody from the river today in Mankanso, tomorrow another group comes, then you are on somewhere. So obviously that is a better plan.
Right.
Now on to this
Democracy Hub.
Democracy Hub. I'm just sitting here taking a peek at the front page of the newspaper you have there, and I find what is there by Nana Kwame Bediako very interesting, because it's almost too obvious. It's almost too obvious. What it says here is that this issue of Galamsey is very important. It is also very emotional, and I don't think it should be handled like this. Initially, if they had a peaceful protest, that's something everybody would have been for. But starting from the first day, it became very obvious to people that were paying attention that really could not be their clear intention. Number one, they've given you so many other spots where you can have this peaceful protest. You let it, you don't agree to it. Then you take it upon yourself to block some roads. The first day, I think Saturday or so, I saw a video where the leader of the convener, Oliver, used a truck to block one of the exits on the 37 roundabouts. This is how the thing started. And on the first day, I actually saw the police were just standing by, not doing anything, probably just trying to exercise restraints and allow them their rights to protest. Issues escalated from there as everything, as Kapoy has already gone over from the police reports. And usually people have this distrust for the police, but in this case, there's evidence of everything.
Okay. So, what would you like? What's your final word on this? What do you hope to see?
As I said earlier, my final word on this is not very different from how we started this conversation. Okay. What I hope to see is for a solution-based dialogue to the issues we are facing. What I hope to see is not for one political party to try and use this national issue to their benefits, as though if we just elect them, the water is going to revert or everything is going to go back to normal. Right. Especially when they don't have any plans in place to be able to solve this issue. You can take it up on, I have gone through their manifesto and I know that they don't have any concrete plans to be able to solve this problem. But I mean, I've left it to your viewers to go and check for yourself or ask them and see if what they are suggesting are not things that they've done before, are not things that are from the NPP manifesto. So yes, to end, what I'm going to say to end all of this is that, yes, the government has responsibility for the people, and we do take full responsibility, but the responsibility is also shared.
Okay, I think that's what people would really like to hear, that the government agrees that, well, we take responsibility.
Of course.
Even if you add that it's a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility. There are other actors in this. Thank you so much for coming. Dr. Amoako is from the MPP, Ekia Amoako, member, National Communications Team from the MPP. I would just like to throw in that we were not able to get the NDC rep for the women panel on Friday for the headlines. I am LTT Saida Sadeh. There's more conversations on GTV Breakfast. My costume is by Where Gola. Find him everywhere on social media and stay with us for that. 2024 where we go to the polls. And so coming up ahead, we have a conversation on the Democracy Hub protest. Kusia Hansen is in the studio and other matters about that. We're still out for a conversation with Kimbo Senior High School. So if you're an alma mater, if you have any ties with the school, stay for this conversation. But GBC and the First American Center are doing a health screening as a partnership, and they are the GBC clinic right now. All staff, general public, you can pass through and have your free health screening. We're just going to go right there, flip over to that side and bring you sights and sounds of what's happening at the GBC clinic with the health screening. Hello, Valencia, if you can hear me. Hi, what's going on there?
Medical Specialist Medical Center is having a medical outreach for GBC staff, and not only the members of GBC but the public as well. We're currently here, and joining me is the Director General of GBC, Professor Amin Adam, to give us more updates. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Thanks for joining us. So, what is the purpose of this outreach for GBC staff?
Well, basically, it's an attempt from the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation with the First American Specialist Clinic. They are a very well-established, well-equipped, and well-resourced hospital facility that we have partnered with to do an outreach as part of GBC's corporate social responsibility. The target is GBC staff and their families and members of the community in which we found ourselves, so to the wider general public. The idea is to show care from the corporation to our community and to our staff and their family members to say that we are using this service. It's absolutely free to see how screening and examinations can be done, to see how we can preempt any development or existing development that must be arrested and treated. And that is the purpose of this exercise. It's simply our corporate social responsibility.
Okay, so is this collaboration just going to be for only today, or there is a future collaboration?
No, this is a, I think, 3-year program, I think so. And so monthly we'll be doing this. And the idea is to make it something that is consistent so that community members should be expecting it that every month they have the opportunity to have free medical examinations which will help them know their state of health. We are all working, sometimes we have hidden sicknesses that are yet to show up. If you do an examination and it is found out, it's better to treat it than to wait until it manifests itself in ways that may be out of control. So that is the purpose of this. It's supposed to be monthly. We'll continue this for some time and make sure that it becomes part of our identity as GBC.
Okay, so what is the aim? What are you expecting after this collaboration?
That is all. It is just for the good of it. It is supposed to be just for the good of it. We are doing this as a service. Or remember that as a public service broadcasting, we don't operate for profit. We have never been out there looking to gain something. Our success is when we deliver excellent service to the community, to Ghanaians. That's all that we do. Our job is not to make profit and declare profit, but our job is to ensure that we offer excellent service without declaring a debt. And so this is pure goodness to the public. That's all.
Thank you very much. Are you here to also check for yourself?
I'll be checking myself, definitely. That's why I'm here. Why not? I should be the first to be examined if I have the opportunity. But on a more serious note, yes, I'll be queuing, I'll be getting my turn, and I'll be examined so that I can also know how good I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Good to have you. Thank you very much. So joining me is the clinical coordinator for the First Medical Specialist Center, that's Madam Gifted Tepla, to give us more update, in fact, for today's rundown, what we have for today. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining. I'm fine. How about you?
Fine, thank you.
So how is today going to be like?
Today, being our first day, we are going to basically check their vital signs and do some labs. Then we take it out from there.
Okay, so what are some of the sicknesses that are going to be checked the most?
Pretty much we're going to cover everything, and then we take it from there. Yes.
What are your expectations?
Expectation is, I think it turned out to be great because we believe in prevention. You don't have to wait till you get sick. And as director clearly said, that this is something that we're going to do continuously. And a lot of genetic diseases, acquired diseases will be noted, and we'll take it from there.
I learned the collaboration is for 3 years. What are your expectations from now to the 3 years?
Our expectation is to, how do I say it? Expectation to change lives, you know, to help to identify most of these prevalent diseases, especially stroke, thyroid diseases, because the reason why we are here today is because one of your board of directors, who is a friend, incidentally came to us, and we found something, and honestly we were able to treat him, so he brought us here. So I think this will go far to help each and every one of this community. Yes.
Okay, so I want to find out, so with a 3 year span, how is it going to be like? Is it going to be monthly, weekly, or how is it going to be breaking into?
We hope we do it every month. Monthly, yes. Yes.
Thank you very much for that update. So we will speak with some of the public, the general public, and some staff of GBC to find out what they are here for. In fact, to find out what they are here to diagnose for themselves. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Thanks for joining us on GTV.
Thank you so much. That's Valencia Tete bringing us the scenes at the GBC clinic in the partnership with the First American Medical Center. You know, they're doing some screening, checking diagnosis, different sicknesses, liver, kidney, thyroid issues. And so go there and get yourself checked, because you need a healthy body for a healthy mind to reside in. That's the flyer on your screen. It's the partnership of GTV and GBC's Corporate Affairs and the First American Medical Center to ensure that the staff are healthy and the families are also happy and healthy. Now, Kimbo Senior High School is gearing up for a momentous occasion as it celebrates its 150th anniversary with a grand speech and prize-given day. I must say, so before all the talk about tech schools, technical vocational TVET schools, Kimbo has been doing that 150 years. The historic event will see none other than some big special guests. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag. I'll let them mention who that very big special guest will be. And the theme is equipping our future leaders with 21st century skills, the role of stakeholders. It aims to highlight the collective responsibility of the stakeholders and prepare the next generation for what they are to meet out there. To do this, the people in charge are all, you know, having ties with Kimbo, because there's an old boy here on my immediate left, Engineer Joseph Odai, Kimbo Old Students Association President. Engineer Odai, good morning. Welcome to the show. Good to have you. Yeah. Mrs. Matilda A.C. Bleuji, Assistant Head Administration. Madam Head, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Mr. J. Michael is the English tutor, the one that you dare not mix your R and L's or your tenses, whatever it is.
You're right.
On the team. Welcome,
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
AJ. Let me begin with Madam. Madam, tell us the significance of 150 years.
Thank you,
and more.
Madam.
What does it mean?
150 years of training human resources for Ghana is not a joke. So Kimbo needs to celebrate. We are celebrating our old students, we are celebrating our current students, and we are celebrating all the good things God has done for that school. People do not know that there is a school called Kimbo.
Okay.
And it's established in 1874, Gold Coast era. And when we say it, people doubt.
Wow.
That's how come we have His Excellency, the President, as an old school, old student.
You've let the cat out of the bag. So it's the President of Ghana who is coming to the anniversary, because he's an old boy.
Yes, he's our special guest.
Okay.
So we need to show off to the whole world that we have the best.
We see that. But what was it before Kimbo? Did it transition? Has it always been Kimbo since 1874?
Yes.
Okay, Mr.
Yes,
you can take that.
It started from 1874 as a Gambian boys' school.
Oh, okay.
Those were the regimes of our current president. You had other seasoned individuals from this country. And then somewhere in 1976, it became the experimental junior secondary school, and I'm part of that regime. Then it became JSS. Government around 1991 became JSS, then we got the GHS, and now it's transition to be SecTech, secondary technical. Yeah. So Kimbu has, apart from probably, I'm sure even part of the middle school regime, government boys' school. So Kimbu has seen all the faces of Ghana's education there.
Amazing.
Yes.
And Madam, you want to add something?
Yes, the SS started in 1991, so the SS is 33 years.
Okay.
But Kimbu as educational institution is 150 years.
Amazing. And it has transitioned, seeing all of that. It means that, the fulcrum with which it operates, its curriculum and everything must be top-notch because it has it's been tried and tested with time. Engineer, what are we expecting to see with the old boys and old girls, what you've been giving back to?
Yes, we commissioned occasion somewhere last week. We had an homecoming where the old boys, old girls, we met there. At least we had some fun, some games. And then we also doing our best to support this occasion to ensure that at least we had a good time with our guests because we are now the host.
Yes.
So we're going to have a good time. We are inviting to be there as well.
Definitely. Yeah. How involved is the president in the schools?
Yes, we visited him. We visited him last year, and we made him known that he has to come. Yeah. In fact, we gave him a special invitation to be there. So, God willing, tomorrow the president will be there for us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Mr. J, what is the lineup looking like? Who are we expecting aside from the president? What will the students be doing? Are there performances?
Sure. Thank you very much, and a very good morning to your cherished viewers. So our activities actually started last year.
Okay.
We started with the grand lunch at AMA Auditorium. We had a lunch, we invited guests, and then we continued with the press briefing last year. We spread our activities throughout this year. Starting beginning of this year, last semester, we had a career day. We had counseling. We counseled the students on their careers, what they want to do, and they came in their outfits. Some wanted to be nurses and all. We also had, like you said, all students' activities came off. We had interdepartmental quizzes where we had activities to bring out the history of the school on our campus. Then this very week we had a great cleanup exercise on our campus. We are supposed to actually have a float last week, but we know the atmosphere with the police now. We didn't get the best atmosphere, so we had to put the brakes on that.
Yeah, lots of protests happening.
Right. So the atmosphere wasn't very good. So we had to put that one on hold.
Okay.
So hopefully the grand event will be tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is on the 28th, 9 a.m. at the school mid-court. And like we rightfully said, our guest of honor, not just of honor, our guest of prestige.
Yes. Special.
Yes, a very special one. The man of the land, the president, His Excellency, will be there. He has given us the green light that he'll be there.
Okay.
So we invite all students and anyone who wants to be there to come and support us, have this occasion. Not only the president, we're also going to have our guest speaker, who is Mr. Ishmael he's the vice president, co-founder of the CO2 company in the States. He'll be there tomorrow, as well as the project manager of MTN Ghana, Miss Eunice Edo. Yes, they are all students.
They are all old boys.
Yes,
Okay.
they'll be there tomorrow to support us.
Amazing.
Have this great program. Thank you.
Madam Head, let me come to you on your theme, equipping our future leaders with 21st century skills, the role of stakeholders. How is it tying into the vision of the current students that are in your school and how you are training them?
The current curriculum that we are about to start is focusing on the 21st century skills. And then when we talk about the 21st century skills, we are looking at the IT, we are looking at the science aspect. So our students, they are already into things that they can use their hands to do. So we always compete with BB schools, yes, in terms of inventions and innovations. Okay. They are good at those things. So we are helping the students to build them to become useful citizens of this country, right, in terms of technical programs.
That's laudable. Engineer, what's the old students doing? In your time, what do you wish that you had at the time that you are trying to make provision for the students?
Yeah, maybe let me brag small. In that time, I realized that was the best time for the kind of curriculum you run. Our experimental concept, we're running parallel with the mainstream secondary school. Okay. So after when you finish, let's say Form 3, you have to go to the mainstream secondary school to repeat Form 3, and then you continue from there. Oh. That was the experimental concept. So we had both technical vocation. We had somebody who wanted to do science, somebody wanted to do business. At that time, you were doing something related to accounting. So we got a very good foundation before going to the mainstream secondary school. Mm. So I keep on telling the school that, look, our time was the best period when it comes to the JSS concept in this country. So you can research we had one Kimbu, we had Jowlu, JSS, we had Mexico, I think from Tema, yeah, and then one in the north. We have about 5 of them. Right. Yes, that was Achampon's concept.
Are there traces of that in the current curriculum? Not at all.
Mm-hmm. No, it's changed. Mm. I mean, it's totally different. Okay. Yeah.
But with the students, they are churning out.
Yes. Is it now because it's transitioned to a mainstream, like a secondary school? They are implementing both a TVET kind of scheme and also the STEM sort of things kind of scheme. Yeah.
Because
so it's a blend.
IT, mathematics,
it's a blend. Yeah. We had a lot of our people, especially I remember when they left our time, they went to most of these technical schools like Swansea in Cape Coast. You have some going to Denu. There's this Simple or something like that over there. So Kimbu has done very well. I'm so proud of Kimbu that at least I'm one of the products. So, and I'm good. I'm a good engineer now. So,
well, congratulations then. Mr. J, let me give you a few words so that we wrap up on what we should expect. Who are you calling on to come to the grand, event tomorrow?
So, we actually call upon all students, parents. We expect the parents to come and support us. We have given across a lot of invites to dignitaries. I would like to mention, but we don't have time. So we entreat everybody who has received our invite to honor this invitation. Of course, Mr. President will be there, so you can't afford to miss out on this great opportunity. So we call upon everybody to be around to.
I'm sure Mr. President's year group will make sure that he is.
Yes, in fact, last 2 weeks I got a win. There was this one, Mr. Matthew. As I studied, he finished 1954.
54.
So I had some time with him. Also,
wow.
Yes,
he also completed
54. 54. It was so wonderful,
Amazing. Is there an anthem or a song you can use to
wrap up, sing the school national anthem?
Or there are different versions.
We are the Royals.
Okay.
Kimbu.
Kimbu.
We are the Royals.
We are the Royals.
That's Odehe, yeah.
Kimbu. We are the light of the world.
You are the light of the world. Thank you so much for coming through. And so the grand event is happening tomorrow at Kimbu at 9 a.m. sharp. You heard them. The special, very big guest of honor is the president of the land, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We're speaking to Engineer Joseph Odey, Kimbu All Students Association President, Mrs. Mathilda S.C. Blauji, Assistant Head Administration, Mr. J. Michael is an English tutor. And they said, look, all the year groups will be there and all the big dignitaries who pass through the school and be impacted by Kimbu Secondary or Senior High Technical School.
Thank you very much for
in Ghana by the Democracy Hub have been sparked by widespread dissatisfaction over economic conditions and illegal mining. Tensions flared at the 37 roundabout, resulting in confrontations with the police, leading to over 50 arrests and quite a few people remanded for various offences. The key figure, Oliver Barker-Vormawor, is also remanded, and people have been, all of them have been denied bail, really. In the studio, we have with me Noah Adamte, who's a coordinator and lawyer for the protests and protesters, and Akosia Hansen, who's a culture curator and activist. Noah and Akosia, good morning. Welcome to the show. Just curious, first, straight off the bat, were any of you at the demonstrations on Saturday or Sunday, Monday?
No, but following online.
Okay, you were following online.
Yeah.
Okay, and Noah, who do you defend?
So I am part of the group Lawyers for Protest Defense, representing all the accused persons who do not have specific counsel of their choice. Okay. So far as you are part of those arrested, but you don't have a specific lawyer who is maybe contacted by your family to represent you, we have to provide that form of representation.
What's it like defending or representing these people?
I think it's been challenging, because ordinarily the criminal justice system requires that all that is done by the state will be to achieve justice, and therefore the persons arrested must be treated well, their dignity must be maintained throughout the trial process, they must be granted access to their lawyers and granted access to their families. Okay, so the lawyers will need to have these kind of conferences with the people to know their peculiar situations and provide tailor-made arguments for them in court concerning their innocence and then their grant of bail. So it's been difficult because we've not had these facilities made available to us and the accused persons. It is surprising that for almost all the accused persons that were arrested, the first time they had the chance to speak to a lawyer was the first day they were arraigned in court. And for some of them, the first time they were able to even meet their families, inform them that they had been arrested, was in court. Some family members actually had to see them on TV being whisked away into the bus on the day of their arraignment to know that their family member was in custody. So it's been a very challenging situation for us, especially when we are lawyers, and our duty is to ensure that we provide help towards achieving justice in our criminal justice space.
I'll come back to you shortly to continue around that tangent. But with Akosia, you were following online. What do you make of what was going on?
So for me, what the big conversation is these protesters are asking us to build our democracy from the ground. This is nation building. There's been a lot of conversation about why did they protest in the first place when the police says they put a court injunction. But I want us to look at the process of all of it. Even the police statement you read earlier stated that the protesters, Democracy Hub, notified them somewhere in July about the protest, that they wanted to do it at Revolutionary Square. The police refused. I want us to look deeper. The right to protest is a basic human right. People have protested in front of the White House for over 100 years. The suffragettes, right, burnt the speeches, President Woodrow Wilson's speeches, in what they called watch fire demonstrations right in front of the White House. And this is people's way of voicing out their grievances or telling the government to draw attention to issues that they think are a crisis. It's our basic right. Democracy is not just when you go and vote at elections, right? In between then, this is how we also demand accountability. It's how the people should be able to speak to those we've put into power.
So you would have liked to see the demonstrations happening in front of the Jubilee House?
Yes, in front of the Jubilee House. That's what they requested. So if the police says it's high security, I would have actually expected, then therefore they will do the work to safely guard them there and protect them there. But because they told them not to, then they had a special operations announcement that he announced the day before the protest, where they blocked off all areas to get to the Jubilee House, therefore forcing the protesters to be in a place where would cause public disaffection because they are blocking 37. So you see how it sometimes feels like, not sometimes, it is like a setup, you know, of them to foment public disaffection and foment just make them look like hooligans, because essentially that's not where they asked to protest. And for you to say we gave them other areas of protest, that's not done. If I want to speak to you, Kafui, and it's you I have to address my issues to, and you're telling me, oh no, go and speak to me from Kojo Opon's house, which is all the way in Kaswa, but you live here in Cantonment. What are you trying to do essentially? You know, so there's a surface of it. Oh, we wanted them to exercise their rights of constitution to protest, but then the malicious movement underneath was, but you can't say it here, go here. So what then is the impact of the protest? You know?
There have been concerns that they were burning stuff. I mean, who comes to a protest with fuel? How is that justified? Because they were burning stuff.
Okay, so that's why I'm giving
roads.
you an example. Activism is not comfortable. Protests are not meant to be comfortable. And I gave you an example of the Watch Fire demonstrations, which the suffragettes used to draw attention to the President Woodrow Wilson at the time, that he should pay attention to their cause and their support for women's rights. This is something that is done. So them burning, for me, in my heart and in my mind, I burned party paraphernalia because for me, I see a party agenda over what should be the Ghana agenda. And so them burning that, it can cause many people to feel away, but I want us to look at the bigger picture. What are they saying by that? They are saying, we are telling you both parties, NDC, NPP, this is not about party agenda anymore. This should be a Ghana agenda. This is us, all of us speaking today. We're unhappy with the way all your governments come between 8 years, 4 years, and the problem is still existing. Galamsey is not just during the NPP government. It's been years since.
Daily Guide is, their front page shows it as NDC protesters.
Shameful front page. And it has of course been criticized, very shameful. And this is also where media comes in, where media also foments this injustice. You know, Larry Madowo was trending over the week because of how he succinctly, clearly captured everything that happened, you know, in just a short TikTok video. You know, and meanwhile in Ghana, where we, the media, is also part of making democracy grow, these are the headlines we put on our Daily Guide. But I must commend you that you, for instance, have this bottle here, and I've had this bottle here since last year that I've been here, showing people the effects of Galamsey. You know, so it's like we have the right to protest. That's our basic right as citizens of this country. We should be able to speak to those we put into power. You know.
So Larry Madowo basically said he'll be watching Ghana's president speak in New York this morning as police in Accra continue to detain peaceful protesters against illegal mining. People are rallying under hashtag Free the Citizens after Ghanaian police violently broke up 3 days of hashtag Stop Galamsey Now protests. And then the information minister responded to him. I'm looking for that particular reply because she came quite forcefully and basically
look at both sides of the story.
Exactly. So there was a response. When I get that response, I will show it to you. Back to you though, Noah. So you said you were surprised by how your people have been treated. Yeah. I also spoke to some police officers yesterday, and they felt that there's a campaign of misinformation that is being used to kind of frame the conversations. For example, we heard earlier on that a pregnant woman was bundled in. It turns out that the lady wasn't pregnant. And they did pregnancy tests on her. She wasn't pregnant. She wasn't 68. She was 50. And other issues. I mean, are they kind of mixing up the? Is it a clear line for people to know exactly who is telling the truth and that? How do you see all of this?
Yeah, so on the issue of misinformation, I want to state categorically that if there is any agency to be trusted in what has happened over the past few days, it can't be the police service and it can't be the state and its other agencies.
Why don't you trust the police?
So, fortunately for us, the Lawyers for Protest Defense, when we had news that certain protesters had been arrested, we moved to all police stations in the city to try to ascertain whether they will be brought there. Now, according to the laws of Ghana, once a person is arrested, the person must be immediately taken to a police station. And I can tell you that for some of these protesters, it took more than 6 hours, more than 7 hours before they were brought to a police station.
Where were they taken to?
They were in the police vans, sitting at the regional office just like that. So, and this is not second-hand information we are receiving. I personally was at the regional headquarters in Accra and stood there discussing with police officers who, for some reason, I don't want to put their names across. These officers had blocked the entrance to the police premises and informed us that an order from above says that no one, including lawyers, should be given access to the persons who have been arrested. And I will say that if there is any person in the police service who can come out to deny this statement that I am making, that lawyers were denied access to the persons who were arrested, we want them to come out and deny that information. But apart from that, on the issue of the pregnant woman, the police is also keeping some bits of the information to themselves, and they are not informing the public. The first is that before the pregnancy test was conducted, it was only because on social media and requests from her lawyers that she was bleeding the night before. So the police should provide clearly that the test does not only say she's not pregnant now, but that there was bleeding also, and that also shows that she was she wasn't pregnant before even the bleeding that led to her being brought to the hospital and for those tests to be conducted. That bleeding had nothing to do with pregnancy. They must be clear on that, because as some people have suggested, it is possible that she might have lost the pregnancy at the time she was bleeding. It is possible she may not have been pregnant at all, but you can't provide half of the information and say the test conducted shows that she's not pregnant. You must come clear and say that we brought her to the hospital because she was bleeding, but at the time we conducted the test, there was no indication she is pregnant. We want that information out there. But that does not even implicate her guilt at this stage. You see, I want Ghanaians to be able to distinguish between whether a person is guilty of an offense and the presumption that the person is innocent and so must be treated as an innocent person until the court pronounces the person guilty. If the lady is not pregnant, assuming without admitting that she's not pregnant, it does not mean the police has a duty to treat her anyhow. It does not mean that when she says she's pregnant, which she had told the police officers at the station she was being kept, they shouldn't have informed the court. And this is a very serious situation that I think we need to also take account of. I've seen the Deputy Attorney General speak on some radio and TV stations mentioning that it was the duty of the lawyers to inform the court that the woman was pregnant. We couldn't have done that. And we couldn't have done that because within the 48 hours she was arrested.
But wait, their statement is saying that she wasn't pregnant.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm saying that within the 48, the woman had told the police she was pregnant. And according to the Deputy Attorney General, we should have informed, we the lawyers for the protesters, should have informed the courts that she was pregnant. But that is impossible to do, because within the 48 hours, she had not been given access to her lawyers. So the first time we met the woman, and we even got to know her name, was the day she was arraigned. And we had no chance to have conference with her. So to say that we will know she's not pregnant and bring it to the attention of the court, that is very problematic. And I believe it is the duty of the Attorney General to know that the duty of the state is to achieve justice, not to use all means to bring a person to get conviction. So if you're going to get conviction when it's not going to inure to justice, the state must take a step back and prevent that.
Before I bring a question in, I'm looking at point 6 of the police statement, update number 7 on this particular issue, which was released yesterday. And this is what they are saying. They say on 21st September, the demonstrators unlawfully assembled at the 37 intersection and engaged in the following acts, among others, which caused extreme inconvenience to the general public, particularly the motoring public. Number 1, blocking the intersection in all directions with vehicles, stones, and logs, causing massive vehicular traffic across the city. You agree that's what they did? Because we've seen it.
No, but I gave you the context of it. First of all, that's not where they were trying to protest.
Okay.
So you see how they set them up to be.
Number 2, setting fire in the intersection. Was that necessary?
Honestly, I haven't seen a video of. It's possible there might be a video out there.
Okay, so the videos will come out. Okay. Harassing and attacking road users, including military and police officers. Abusing military and police officers, banging on vehicles, playing football in the road, and causing unlawful damage. So these are the charges that the police are claiming. They say they caused extreme inconvenience to commuters, and they basically disturb people. And the police, following the assessment of the situation on that day 1, the police cautioned the organizers that they will not allow them to demonstrate at 37 again. and then everything unfolded.
Yeah, so let me speak to that. There are two things that we need to get very clearly. One is that when there is a protest, whatever that happens there, not even just a protest, when a crime is alleged to have been committed, it is only when a court pronounces the arrested individual or the accused person as guilty that the person is a criminal. So that even if you arrested a person in the act, it is not the duty of the police to treat the person as a criminal. So we need to get the two issues very clearly. So even if these things which are being mentioned by the police actually happened, it did not give the police any right to treat them as persons who do not have any right to dignity or right to liberty at that point. You arrest them, treat them as humans, take them to the police station, grant their lawyers access to them, grant their families access to them. They have to eat. Some of them had not eaten for 2 nights before they were brought to the court. You cannot treat them this way. Even if they have been convicted, you cannot treat them that way.
What was the point of Mr. Bakavomowo entering a police vehicle, removing the ignition key and fleeing with it? What was the point of others throwing police crash barriers at the police officers, amongst others?
Yeah, so I cannot speak on that for the protesters.
But does it make their case, does it improve their case?
It is for the court to decide.
Okay.
We don't know what occurred on the grounds because we know the courts have told us that where the police is using unreasonable force or unlawful means to arrest you, you have the right to protest. We have cases where people have assaulted police officers because the police was using unlawful force to arrest them, and the court has said that they were justified to do that to prevent the unlawful arrest. So we don't know what happened at that time, and that evidence will be presented to the court.
Okay, so you're just piggybacking off of that. With the fuller video that we saw on socials, the police tow truck was coming to tow a van that was carrying the protesters' food, water, and everything, right? Their paraphernalia for the protest. If you are bringing people to a protest, you have to feed them, you have to water them, right? And this van was not actually parked on the road from the video you saw. It was under a tree in the corner. It wasn't actually on the main road. And I bring that up because Monday to Wednesday this week, right? Coming from work, I have to pass the Accra bypass before you get to the Accra Mall. There was a big truck that had been left on the road, and at night when you are driving, it hadn't been towed. If police can tow cars like this, how come that hadn't been towed for 3 days? And they said that truck was obstructing their van, which had their water and food, which was parked away from the road, was obstructing free passageway. But in this case, in these 3 days, coming from that bypass I passed, there's this truck on the main road, and if you don't take it, you hit it if you don't see, because it's nighttime. We had a case where Kwame Eugene had a serious car crash, and because there was a truck parked on the road. You know, and once again, let me just say this. Protests are not supposed to be comfortable. These people, these activists on the streets have put their bodies on the line. Do you think they do not know the consequences of this? When you do these things, it's because you're trying to draw attention. We're trying to tell you this is not right.
But setting fire in an intersection, is that not a risk to the public?
I would agree, but the thing is, I want us to look at what was the bigger message. They went to go and pick, and it looked like they were all around watching and taking care of how the fire spreads. They went to go and pick NDC MPP paraphernalia. That's what it looked like on the videos, right? And if they're burning that, I'm looking at the bigger message. But largely, honestly, all of this was fomented because they were refused the right to go and protest where they wanted to protest to make a loud noise. If all of this was just peaceful, if there was no court injunction, if, okay, you want to protest here at the Revolutionary Square, 21st of September, which meant a lot to us on the day for fighting for democracy for Ghana. If we had done that, none of these would have happened. But I feel like they were set up to do these things. And these are activists who put their bodies on the line. We can't do it.
I've spoken to some police officers and we asked them, why didn't you just allow the people to do their demonstration in front of the Revolutionary Square? And they said that there are security zones.
Yeah, they said it
in front of Jubilee House is security zones. Some major hospitals are security zones.
People protest in front of the White House.
And somebody made that comment, and they said, well, that's if you bring weapons, offensive weapons, and fire to a protest in the White House, you'll be arrested.
Okay,
but so that was their argument.
Okay.
That was what the police told us.
But did they bring fire even to the first demonstrations that happened last year? Fix the country. Do you get what I'm saying? All of this, it feels like we are setting you up to be able to criminalize the protests that you've made. You know, and honestly, this is not something that's easy for them to do. They called, not many people came. The number of police on the ground were more than the protesters. When you see any of the political party protest demonstrations, you see thousands of people. But this one, in this case, you see this massive force of human beings on these small number of protesters. You know, and largely, what are you trying to say? The statements about the 68-year-old woman, and this is all just very, I get scared at this now. The age. So they say, and this is very smart, they said in the case of a 12-year-old and 68-year-old woman, I'm looking at the video where the woman herself spoke. She said 62 and her 10-year-old grandchild. So even just smartly changing the number from 62 to 68, she herself said this. The video is there. She's shouting, yeah, take a 62-year-old woman and her 10-year-old grandchild. That's a video there, if you can hear the sound. You know, it's possible. She says it right there. And look at points 14 and 15 and see the contradiction. Let me read it to you carefully. Point 14 in their statement says, following the arrests, the attention of the Ghana Police Service has been drawn to reports suggesting that a 12-year-old child, a 68-year-old woman, and a pregnant woman were among those arrested and detained. We would like to categorically state that all these are false. Next point, 15. In the case of the 12-year-old child and 68-year-old woman, in the course of the arrest, police realized that one of the suspects, Grace Asantewa, they are calling her a 50-year-old woman now, who is being reported as a 68-year-old, had a child with her. So what are you saying? So first you say you didn't arrest her, and the next statement says in the course of the arrest, we realized that she had a child. So, you know, and this thing about children and protests, apparently they are going to charge her for bringing her daughter to a protest. Children fundamentally, by the UN conventions, have a right to protest.
Even the Public Order Act of 1994 in Ghana, yes, children are allowed to participate in demonstrations. That Public Order Act regulates public gatherings, including demonstrations, requires organizers to notify the police at least. The Act doesn't explicitly prohibit children from participating, but their involvement would likely need to be followed to follow general guidelines regarding public safety. But then also the Children's Act of 98 says it emphasizes the protection of children and ensuring their welfare. So children can demonstrate, but organizers and Ghanaians must prioritize their safety and well-being. And in the estimation of the police, that wasn't guaranteed by that particular child.
And for me, I'll blame that on the police. If the police had actually just worked with the protesters and allowed for them to protest where they were, and they came and were picking her and the child together. She's saying these things. They're picking a 10-year-old child. They were still taking her in. And honestly, I want us to look at what this means for children growing up in Ghana today. What are we trying to say to them? You do not have the right to speak, that democracy is only when you vote, and children particularly cannot vote until you get to a specific age, right? So for them, largely, you're teaching, you're supposed to empower them, to teach them to know how to speak up. I look at my nieces and nephews raised abroad, and look at the way we raise our children, and so timid, so small. And then what you have is the current society of adults who are timid and scared that, oh no, we can't do this, we can't say this, I'll just exercise my right to speak up when it's voting. This is how you break a national psyche. If we allow something like this, we are fomenting a very dangerous thing to our democracy. We are in the first 100 years, right, of our democracy. The US, for instance, is 248 years. We got independence in 1957. We're about 67 years old. We are still in the first 100 years of our democracy. Everything we are doing now is us nation building, defining for us the values of what we want democracy to be like. And everything we do is very crucial. You should look, what are you trying to say to the child? What are you trying to say to citizens? That you can speak, but we will choose how you speak. No.
Akosia Hansen is a cultural curator and activist, and Noah Adamte is coordinator for Lawyer for Protest Defense. Your WhatsApp number is 05555561034. Back to you, Noah. The issue of bail is a big one, because none of the people have been granted bail. How significant is that?
Yes, so before I go to that, let me say something briefly concerning the arresting of the protesters. We need to know that when there is a protest and we are arresting people, it is possible for acts of violence, let me put it that way for the want of a better way. It doesn't mean everybody on the grounds has engaged in that act. And if we pay careful attention to the video circulating, we see some group of protesters who were standing by. There were people who were videoing. Actually, there is a lady, Priscilla. She's the one who is diabetic and also suffering from asthma. She had an asthmatic attack, I think, last night, and they did not even have an inhaler. Her family brought an inhaler, and they were not allowed to give the inhaler to her. This was a lady who wasn't on the protest ground per se. She was holding her phone and streaming what was going on online on her TikTok. And she was arrested. And she is being treated as if she was setting fire. I'm not saying that those who set fire are necessarily guilty. No. But there must be a way to show that if we say something went on the protest ground, which is wrong, not everyone on the protest ground engaged in it. And it's not the duty of the police to arrest every person close by. What we mean is that going forward, if there is going to be a protest somewhere, I, as a lawyer, cannot even go and stand there and watch what is taking place. Because the police in their course of arrest can arrest anyone. It's possible I may park my car somewhere and see what is going on as a lawyer because I'm interested in what might be happening. I'll be arrested just for watching the protest. So that is something that the public must also draw their attention to. Is it possible that, as the police is saying, there was an assault of a police officer? The 56 people who were arrested all assaulted that particular police officer on the ground. It doesn't make any sense. And so it clearly shows that it is an attempt to restrict the right to protest and not the right to do justice by the people of Ghana. But let me come to
the bail issue.
Let me come to the bail issue. So the jurisprudence of this country suggests that there is an overriding interest when it comes to the grant of bail, and that is the liberty of the person. So when there is keeping a person in custody, when a person is only accused of an offense, that is an encroachment on a fundamental human right. So the court, in deciding not to grant the person bail, there must be an overwhelming public interest that the person is likely not to appear to stand trial or to commit another offense when the person is released on bail. And that is the argument we have canvassed before the court over the past days. That first, these protests is not going to happen again in the next few days. So if all the offenses they are charged with occurred whilst there was a protest, you can't say that they are likely to commit another offense when they are released on bail. Because these are people who have abided by the law. When they wanted to have a protest, they sent a 3 months notice to the police. Over the past years, whenever there's been a protest by this group of people, they always inform the police. So if there's going to be a protest, the state would know. So you're not supposed to keep them in custody simply because you think there is a possibility they will commit another crime whilst on protest.
But is it not possible that initially the police will not give them bail, but if they realize that circumstances do require it, then you will release them on bail? It's possible.
Yeah, so that's why the police within 48 hours. So when the police arrest a person, that's what we call police inquiry bail. The police can decide to grant the person bail whilst it conducts its investigation. Then when you present the person within 48 hours to court, the person can ask the court also for bail. So the police did not allow them to even ask for bail at the time of the arrest. So police inquiry bail was non-existent at all. Then when we were presented to the court, in some of the court, there was no reason for denying them bail. And in another court, the reason was there is interest of the public.
But that would not be the fault of the police. That is the judge who determined that.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So we are the fault of the police is not granting them the access to counsel to apply for police inquiry bail. But with the courts, we are surprised by the decision of the courts that they shouldn't be granted bail, especially when the reason is because it will be in the interest of the public to keep them.
So then the police has nothing to do with that. The police just arrest and take to court, and then now the court determines what should happen. Is that correct?
No. So the police fault is there. The police fault is that at the time of the arrest, they under statute can grant a police inquiry bail. So if they had allowed access to their lawyers to have conference with them, the lawyers would have applied to the police for the police inquiry bail, which the police had a discretion to grant or not to grant.
So let's go to the lady with the child. So she was, I mean, they were picked up together, and then she was released, granted bail, and has since absconded.
No, she hasn't absconded.
So where is she?
We need to. I'm sure she's home. We need to put this.
But suppose if she hasn't, you don't report, then
yes,
you have absconded.
No, so we need to put it in context.
What's the context?
The context is that this was a lady who was taking. The only reason why she was granted bail was because she's not feeling well and she's taking care of that little child. That was the only reason why she was granted bail. Okay, so she was supposed to be arraigned on that day. The lady reached out that she was on her way. Because she was not feeling well and had to take care of the child, she had to put those things in place. She cannot come to court leaving the child. She has to find someone to take care of the child. So she was on her way. But before she would get to the court, the AG, who because was acting on the advice of the police, knew that the woman was the one taking care of the child, deliberately informed the court that the woman had absconded.
How do you know that? How do you know that it was a deliberate thing?
No, because that information is available to the police, and that information is should be available to the state attorney who was prosecuting the case.
But playing the devil's advocate now, can you see why the police did not grant bail? Because they may think that some of the people may be a flight risk, and we give you bail, and then you don't turn up, because this woman hasn't turned up in court.
So let me draw attention to something carefully. One other thing we need to know is that the circumstance of all the persons who have been arrested are different. So for someone like me, if I am arrested today, I am a lawyer who have my details with the General Legal Counsel, have my details at other places that I can easily be tracked. And that has always been the reason why when politicians are arrested, they are always granted bail. We are, even for the most grievous offenses, we say that they can easily be found, so they will appear to stand trial. Now, there are some people who are arrested whose parents are in the hierarchy of the police service. Okay, their parents are in the hierarchy of the police service. The police cannot say that for these persons, they cannot trace them, or they will appear to stand trial on the next date that the case will be called. It is impossible to arrive at that conclusion. There are persons who are working at specific places, jobs that are paying them very good sums, that they will not abandon that job to abscond just because they have to appear before a court for a case that they have pleaded not guilty to. So the police cannot say that because there are some people that, assuming that admits and we cannot find where they stay, then all other persons should be denied bail. That cannot be the position. If their reason is that these persons are unlikely to appear before the court stand trial, then you could have granted some of them bail. The reason why there is the wholesale non-grant of bail or refusal of bail by the police was because, according to them, there was an order from above that they should not allow anybody to see them or to leave the police station.
Let's look at some of the footage from the demonstration. So, is this necessary?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. See the number of police standing with shield guards like you're at war with your own people.
But,
see that?
Somebody will ask, why was he pushing them? What was he trying to achieve? Because you are heavily outnumbered. And it's supposed to be a peaceful demonstration.
Isn't that a violence in itself for you? Using state violence, using the tools that are... See it on the other way. See it in the other way. I'm standing here, I'm doing this, and then this big forces. State powers are powers. The police have powers. But see them in their numbers.
Because you're here, who do you think is provoking who?
What I'm seeing here is a denial of a right to protest. Look, how
about here? What's happening here?
Good. So if the police had agreed to support them in this protest, at least guide them and stuff, whenever protests happen, police are there to make sure, don't even stop you. No cars can pass it, so that the cars do not hit the protesters. In this case, because the police had given them the injunction, had gotten the injunction against them protesting, therefore there was no protection for the protesters against incoming cars. So they've now taken the power into their own hands to therefore block so that people do not come and hit their protesters,
but this
which normally would have happened.
This is all interpretation.
It's not,
your
it's not interpretation. I want you to see what is
that we can see is somebody takes a log and blocks the road.
Why did that happen in the first place? Look, before that.
That is also the interpretation that we are putting on just the snippets of a video that we are seeing. So we are not doing ourselves a good service if we say that because you have seen someone carrying a log onto a street, then it means that the person was deliberately going to cause violence.
What was he going? He wasn't doing exercise.
So it is possible, as he suggested.
No, he wasn't weightlifting. He was going to block a road.
As he suggested, it is possible. We need to.
Can we have the videos rolling so we can talk to them, please?
We need to also remember that the court order that prevented the protesters from using their Revolutionary Square limited their protests to only to prevent them from having a protest at only that place. But they could have the protest at anywhere they wanted.
They gave them 7 locations, and
no, that was the police giving them the location. The court did not give them the location, and it's not the duty of the police to determine where you want to protest. So you went to court saying that we don't want them to protest here because it's a security zone. Fine. The court said, okay, they can't protest there, but they can do it wherever they want.
But what was the choice? What was the justification for protesting in front of 37 Military Hospital?
Because they could protest there. And they can protest there legally.
In front of the hotel?
Yes.
In front of the hospital?
Yes, they can protest there.
But they were blocked. They couldn't have even gone further. The police had blocked for special occasions.
Exactly. And that's the point I'm even coming to. At the 37 Military Hospital, the area around it, there was a barricade preventing them from going within a particular radius that may be close to the...
So how about this action here? Them pushing the barricades down?
Yes, and you can clearly see from what we are seeing that this was a response to when the police was pushing them against the wall, that they cannot come into the street. But as you rightly mentioned, when there is a protest, we have seen political parties have protests in this country in scores of numbers, thousands. The police always stop vehicles from moving and allow them to use the main roads. Why couldn't the police allow a few 40 people or 30 people to have that protest with the same protection?
So your argument is the police should have shepherded them the way they shepherded
the way they normally
the NDC one that happened last week.
Exactly.
Is that it?
Exactly. The failure to do so means that the police did not want this protest to go on. Not that there was violence. They didn't want this protest to go on. And let's even think of it this way. When the NDC had its protest just a few days or a few weeks ago, last week, did we see this kind of policemen with guns armed in this way by them? We didn't see that. So it means the police came there with a certain psyche that these persons will cause violence and therefore will respond in that way.
Is it possible that the police had intelligence that things were not what they seemed and they were just trying to counter it?
I cannot speak to that. If the police had an intelligence, then they should have informed the courts at the time they were applying for the injunction that we cannot allow the protest to go. And that's why I found it very surprising that the police on the second day unilaterally declared, even before the first day, declared that based on a special task or whatever they want to engage in, they are locking the city. The police does not have the authority to do that. And that's why they had to go to court.
They can't lock the city?
On their own? They cannot do that.
Yes, but then they went to court?
And the court did not give them that order. The police cannot lock down the city on their own, saying that they have intelligence that something is going to happen. You had a chance to go to court. These are guys who had informed you 3 months that we're going to have a protest. You did not do anything within the 3 months. It was only a few days to the protest that you clandestinely went to court and are the guys that the Jubilee House is a security zone. You didn't know 3 months ago that the place was a security zone, and so you prevent them from demonstrating there. It clearly shows you that there was malice behind the activities of the police from the time they received notice that these young Ghanaians wanted to protest.
What would you say, both of you, this goes to you, what would you say that to some speculation that things are not what they seem, and these young demonstrators are actually being used by foreign powers to foment the kind of troubles that happened in other countries? How would you respond to that?
I will find that line of argumentation very problematic. You see, we have seen certain conversations around that suggest that Ghanaians cannot think for themselves. And I find it very worrying.
Ghanaians cannot
think for themselves. So do I need a foreigner to tell me that mercury in my water can cause me problems, and so I should resist that's happening in Ghana? I think we grant persons who make this kind of arguments too much leeway to say things that undermine the intelligence of Ghanaians. There are about 17 million Ghanaians who are registered to vote. Okay. For the past 2 or 3 elections, we have had only 14 million people voting. Within the remaining 3 million, there's possibly some of them were dead before the time of the election. So let's assume 1 million were dead. There are 2 million Ghanaians who don't vote, maybe because they don't care about the political parties, but they care about their livelihood in the country. Can't these Ghanaians see Galamsey going on, see their water bodies being polluted, see their forests being lost, and decide they want to protest? Ghanaians have to wait until a foreign country tell Ghanaians that you have to protest in the interest of that foreign country. To me, it makes no sense, and I don't want to give any credence to that kind of argumentation.
Akosua, has this demonstration been successful? What has it achieved?
Well, we watch it unfold, and honestly, for me, this is a lesson for all of us to watch ourselves, to understand. This is us having a national conversation on what we want this democracy to mean. I would not also feed into conspiracy theories, but then usually when these type of accusations come, or sometimes we politicize it, like Daily Guide did, this is an NDC protest or this is an MPP. What you do is you therefore make the issue dead on arrival. No one can we can't work towards it. But see what happened in Kenya. I would like that then if you listen to the people, listen, that's what this democracy is about. It's about the people. Listen to them. They are telling you this. We don't want this. We want this. This is how we want to build. Let's not make it a war. What I would like to see happen is a dialogue. Now, okay, we've heard. Okay, so let me call the people I need around me to now start, okay, how can we now actively as a people, without any divisions, fight this issue? You know, how can we, the people are saying this, okay, we don't like the way they did it. We don't like that they banned this or they blocked this or they did this protest here. We hear that, but what are they saying? What can we all do and unify to make sure we solve these issues? You know, all of this is very, very important for us. In our democracy building, this is what democracy is about. We are supposed to be allowed to speak, and state powers are supposed to be able to create those powers for it and have that dialogue. It's not, we don't put people in power to lord over and then they go and come. No, that's been the problem we've had with Ghana.
What were you expecting to be the outcome of this demonstration?
For voices to have been made loud about the issue peacefully, young people to know that, oh, this is what an African democracy can look like, where we can speak up and our leaders listen, our leaders will dialogue, maybe have a forum or release statements. We hear you, but this is what we'll do. Ruto eventually cancelled the finance bill that they were fighting against. He was listening, at least on that level, on one way. You know, it's that type of thing. That's what we want to see. We want to see dialogue. We want to see, okay, we hear you, and okay, we are going to try to do these things, actionable steps. All of this really started from the Ghana Water Company's statement that came out August 24th, calling for everyone, you know, to fight against Galamsey because these are the issues and these are the repercussions. So we watch it unfold. The police will make this bigger, or state powers can make this bigger, or actually just quell it in peace, you know, and know that this is okay, this is our nation speaking, this is what they want, let's see what we can all do.
Noah, is there anything you feel the protesters could have done differently, and are they taking any kind of responsibility at all?
Could have done differently as in what transpired at the protest ground?
Yes, how they behave, how they conducted themselves, and are they taking any kind of responsibility for what their actions have led
I honestly think that, for me, I would rather see, is there anything that the police could have done differently?
Thank you.
That is where I would look at it from. There is an agency or state that is more powerful than the protesters can ever be. Okay, so the police should have treated these people as persons who are exercising a constitutional right to make their voices heard, and allowed them to protest while they are being protected by the police. And this is a very important thing that I think the police service must take notice of. When people are protesting, the police is not there to protect persons who are outside the protest who are likely to be affected alone. They are there to protect the protesters themselves from persons who are outside the protest who may also do acts detrimental to the interest of the persons protesting.
Did they succeed?
The police didn't do that. The police was there to prevent them from exercising that right.
This is from probably I'll end on this. This is from a former police officer, and he says, "We all know the police service are not a bunch of angels. They aren't infallible. The police service have an arduous task in their mandate to protect our lives and properties. This blatant police bashing should stop, and you should direct your angst to the judiciary, who should know better in their pursuit of administering justice fairly and equitably." So the advice is that stop bashing the police and rather focus on the judiciary.
And finally, all of us are together in this nation building. Exactly. The police, the state, the judiciary, the citizens, you know, all of us are together in building this democracy. We are not at war with each other. We are all Ghanaians who are suffering under serious conditions. So let's hold hands, literally, you know.
All right. Noah, what's the next step for your clients? Last question.
Yeah, so we would try to secure their release on bail. So we'll take next steps before different courts and hope that the new courts that we come before would agree with us on the reason why they should be granted bail. So, but aside that, we are still holding conversations on what to do about the human rights abuses that went on during the protest. The last protest, there is a case before the court on the high-handed approach by the police, and we are hoping that with the new case also being filed, the court would have an expedited trial of the matter, and for the people who are affected to have some remedy from the state.
Well, are you representing Oliver Barker-Vormawor?
No, Oliver has a special counsel.
Do your clients have their phones with them?
They don't.
I just saw a tweet from Oliver at 8 hours ago. "We do not have the luxury of fear or cowardice. Keep the faith. Tomorrow's generation is depending on it. Shalom." Maybe he's having a special treatment, or somebody tweeting for him.
Yes,
somebody tweeting for him.
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's on his Twitter, so you go check it out.
Yeah, even our president doesn't tweet himself.
Okay. All right, people. Thank you so much, Noah and Akosua, for your thoughts. Keep them coming in. 055-556-1034. IEC is next to cool us down. after a very long morning. Stick around.
from here.
What's next for you?
And I just hit the shop, and then they did it like this, and then 10 years later we have this. So it was very spontaneous.
So it was okay. So it wasn't like something you planned a long time. Yeah. You know, I must say I admire your sense of humor. The reason why I'm saying that, you released a compilation of some of your live performances called Gigs. If you can go on YouTube and check it out, or it's also on Spotify as well, on streaming platform. It's like 5 live performances. You know, I think 3 of them you did with the Inchinchim band. My question is, why when the video begins, you see in the plantains, what's going on?
So that setup is primarily Inchinchim's idea.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we did that shoot in their home, you know, on their compound. They have, you know, that setting in the back, you know, and they're very traditional. I don't know if
Oh, yes. Oh, they play for us most of the time.
Very traditional, very us, you know. So they brought up that, you know, and I'm not the only person that shot it over there. I think other artists.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So it's a theme is Brodigum.
Plantain music.
Yeah, so they set up over there, and then they invite artists over, and then, you know, they take part in the whole Brodigum.
Yeah. Oh, but it looks like you enjoyed the experience.
Inchinchim family.
Yeah.
Inchinchim family. They, because of the music and also, you know, the love that they give artists, you know, if you've ever experienced Inchinchim before, you know what I'm talking about. They're very musical, and, you know, inspiring me to even learn how to play the guitar. Shout, Bodo.
You know, it's like, I just want to take you back a bit.
Right.
This is not the first time we've seen a lot of artists change their names. We've had a Batman to Samini. We've had Bandana to Shatawale. And you were AI back in the day. I remember anger management came before grind, and then you were still AI. Was there any confusion with artificial intelligence? That's why you switched your name to AC?
Yeah.
What happened there?
That joke, and also people not finding me easily because of their AI thing. So it was changed for visibility online. Like my name is AEC, so it was like, then why don't you just use the AEC? Nobody else is using AEC out here. Why don't you just go with your real name? You know, because every interview that I've been to, they will ask, what is the meaning of AI? And then now you have to explain.
And then it takes away from whatever you
understand. So it just went with the AEC, and it's catching up.
It's catching up. So
and people are finding out that this guy sounds like AI. Like, that's because he is AI.
He is AI. You know, coming into the studio, I went to iConnect, for instance, and then I saw some other musicians who were saying they've been influenced by you. For instance, Black Sherif, Reggie Rockstone, EL, and there was also a podcast as well, BNXN. Like, how does that make you feel, knowing that people like that listen to you?
It's humbling. It's humbling because I came up also looking up to other people for inspiration, you know, to learn how other people are doing their stuff. And then one day you wake up and then people are saying that you inspire them. It's nothing but humbling. You know, it makes you want to keep doing the right thing, which is being yourself. You know, so it's very, 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 very humbling.
I can imagine you're sitting at home and then Reggie Rockstone is there with his wife singing.
It's like, come on.
Come on.
Come on.
So it's how do you call it? So earlier you mentioned you were also looking up to other people when you're coming up to inspire you in the kind of craft you do.
Yeah.
You care to give us any example? Reggie Rockstone.
Everybody, if you're a hip life lover, you know, everybody was listening to Reggie Rockstone back then. The pioneers. From Reggie, Bradford, VIP, I listened to everybody back then. So to wake up one day and have them point at you and go, you're doing something.
Yeah.
Come on.
Charlie. And you know this is not the end for you. It's like I keep going back. At least for now you get this encouragement. You know that yes, you can keep you can keep going.
It's very encouraging.
So how do you call it? I'm looking at the blind pursuit of money in light of in recent times we've seen a lot of last week the protest that happened at the 37 intersection and all that, Democracy Hub and all.
Peaceful protests
and everything. When in light of protests such as these, we don't, sometimes you see creatives come in, and for instance, right now we see hashtag free the citizens and stuff like that. How do you, for instance, how would you like creatives to be informed or be in line with things such as this?
So apart from us using our voices, some of us are more influential than others. You know, some of us don't necessarily only have to scream about it, but they know person A, B, and C behind the, you know, protest and stuff to go directly to them and, you know, express their concerns, you know. So they, or should I say, we use our power in, you know, such a manner to handle, you know, situations like that.
Yeah, so it's like one other issue that's affecting us is the fact that Galamsey is destroying our water bodies and stuff. What's on your mind when it comes to that subject?
It's the same thing as on everybody's mind. I mean, clearly there are pictures and videos that's showing us the effects of the Galamsey, you know, activities, and it's appalling. You know, they're destroying the rivers. You know, so we talk about it. We talk about it, and this is not the first time that we're talking about it. It's not going to be the last time that we're talking about it. It's like talk, and then what?
Yeah, what the action is needed.
And then what? So obviously the people that are in a position of much more power to handle that, we are going to keep hammering on that until somebody does something about it. We might not even have the power to do that, but, you know, we keep hammering on it, you know, somebody's going to do something about it.
Yeah. So it was nice getting your thoughts on some of these modern trends and all that. And then looking at the kind of music you do, some might say it has this traditional blend with it, the high life. And you mentioned you were influenced by Reggie Rockstone growing up. Do you still rap? Do you rap?
On my last project, I did a song called Self-Made.
Okay.
Yeah, it was rap. You know, but what I do nowadays is that I don't want to box myself into. I'm one of those artists that I will keep stepping out of the normal thing that you. Because if I stayed on the trend of grind, I wouldn't be having songs like Sika and doing songs like Mutro Mojo with Trade and stuff like that. So I'm going to always be trying out stuff, not just only doing rap. Sometimes I'm going to be producing. Sometimes I'm going to be, you know, writing for other people, singing, rapping. But majorly, it's going to be very much about music.
Yeah. Because I was reading an article that says you stopped doing rap. Is that true?
Well, no. But
if it comes up again or something.
Yeah, like I said, my last project had a song. Last two projects, because the last project was Gigs. The last two projects was Evergreen, which had the Self-Made song on there. So if I feel it in the studio, I'll do it.
Okay. It's like, how do you call it? My boys at the top, the control room, they sent me a message and they said they want to see a collaboration between you, Walasi, Kojo Q, and Lil Shaker. Can you make that happen?
I bet Kojo and Shaker can, but they're all my brothers, so.
Are you filming down collaborations with Walasi already?
And Kojo Q. I have 2 songs with Kojo Q.
So now we just need Lil Shaker in the
on
mix.
On track. I don't know, man, for Akana count.
It was an oversight. I
was expecting pure Akana. It'll be phenomenal.
So it's like when you moving into the future, it's like what should we be looking out for when it comes to, for instance, I know you do a lot of live performances.
Yeah.
Is it easy breaking into the international market?
I don't think I, for one, do it to break into any kind of markets. I just basically it's just to express myself. You know, if I break into the international market, it's all good. If I don't, I'm just going to keep. You know, as long as I'm alive, you know, I'm just going to keep.
But a lot of people feel it's quite important in terms of like remaining authentic in your craft and everything, and then you know, pushing your craft to that stage.
Yeah.
And good morning.
Start the interview demonstration big time.
This guy.
Senior most, I'm happy to meet you. No.
When you never shake a man's hand sitting down.
When you stand, people now shots. So,
yes, wait, so do you want me to get up?
No, don't get up. Sit.
You're welcome. What brings you to our studio this morning?
Oh, it's very simple. It's all about my 4th comedy special that I'm organizing. So I'm here to actually tell your viewers to come support me. And also invite the 2 of you to come to.
Okay. We will be coming to our +1, so not the 2 of us together.
We are not silent. We are scared of some joke.
No, but you see, your title is quite intriguing. The New Force, and you had the billboards and everything.
I saw the billboard on my way here.
Confusing people like, what's happening?
Did they change the name? Or?
Yeah. What was that about?
I feel like we as Ghanaians, we've believed in a lot of falsehood for too long within the political landscape. So who is best to talk about it if not a stand-up comedian? So I said, okay. And it's not even about a particular political party. I think we've done ourselves a lot of disservice right from the beginning of, maybe if I subtract Nkrumah from the whole equation. Subsequent leaders have not been too fair to us. We're looking at the resources we have. So we should be able to talk the problems to our leaders in the face and still laugh about it. So once we laugh about it, we still find a way to solve it.
Yeah, but it's like, is it easy, you know, putting that into your craft? Because even though you are trying to make people laugh, it's like you still want them to grab those lessons.
That is why it is your job. You see, you should be able to execute your joke in such a way that people would laugh at the problems. Ideally, if you were to tell them in the face, they will be angry. But if a comedian should be able to tell that same thing in a funny way, the person will laugh. But then that's, you see, when a joke hits you, you go like, oh, you laugh, and after you go like, oh, but this thing be true. So subconsciously, after the joke hits, now it sinks in, and you go like, oh, but this thing be true. Like that's when a comedian has really achieved. Because now the dispensation we've gotten into, comedy has moved away from the whole conversation of, oh, there was a man that, no, you should deal with the reality, speak about the problem. You know, when we grew up telling Tuli, like, those kind of jokes don't actually change anything in our dispensation. So you need to actually mention names, talk about the issues, and let people know that, okay, this is the person can probably be sitting there, but be seated there, but would not take offense to it, because he would say, okay, fine, this is the reality being told me in the face, but it's still funny.
Because looking at your billboards and everything, I don't know if AC has something for you, but I just want to know how Cheddars people come for you since you did the billboards and everything. Because like you're copying their stuff, maybe they're creating some misinformation.
I didn't want to reinvent the blueprints are like, it's just there, and I feel like looking at the kind of mindset he has, he's a wild thinker, somebody who could think of taking the seed to Kumasi.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a wild way of thinking. So if I'm a stand-up comedian, I need to approach things in a wild way. So I don't think he would take offense, even if he did, because all this while I've been trying to reach out to his team so they could come. But like, I don't know whether I'm talking to the wrong people, because I would love to have. I know when he comes, he will give me a standing ovation after the whole production. He will say that, this is what I've been preaching all this while, but like, you guys did it beautifully in a different way.
All in jest.
Yeah, and we are looking at over 2,000 people converging at one auditorium. So if you're a politician, it will be an ideal platform to actually meet people one-on-one, and they'll get to know that you are in touch with them, not like you are so far from them and you are just pouring out messages.
I think they should come and come out. I just want to bring AC into the conversation. Do you foresee the two of you ever having a collaboration? I'm just.
It'll be brilliant.
It will be brilliant.
We're too creative.
Are there any collaborations coming for you that you're looking forward to? Like maybe you haven't maybe signed a deal yet or anything, but like you are looking forward to it, or maybe there's a particular artist you like to collaborate with that hasn't happened yet.
Sade.
Okay.
Probably. She's watching. Please.
that would be epic.
That would be
epic.
If I get that track, I'm done. I retire. I'm just playing.
We won't allow him. We won't allow him to retire. It's like, so what advice do you have to give, for instance, to aspiring musicians? Because I realize you've carved a niche for yourself. Some people will say you are in your own lane, like you are just
so natural. Say no sense.
You're going. So you caught that. There's a line in one of his songs like that. You caught that. You know what? Just give us the advice. Oh, you two can give your advice
to the upcoming artists.
Yeah, to aspiring musicians and to
comedians or demonstrators.
You first, to upcoming musicians.
Apart from staying true to who you are, I don't think there's a better advice than that. Be yourself.
Is that an easy thing to do, though?
Yes, that's why most people miss it.
You sure?
Yes.
No, because some people will say they try to be themselves, but the system won't.
You trying to be yourself, it's not being yourself. Be yourself, you don't have to try. Relax in your skin, breathe. It's as simple as that. Apart from that, any other touches is just makeup.
But you seem so sure of it. It's like being comfortable in your skin.
Yes, because I've tried a lot of things.
Do you have any like tips? I'm not asking you, but like, do you have any tips how people will know that, oh, okay, hey, you know what? It's just me. Let me be true to myself. This is me being authentic.
Okay,
any tips you can give them to?
There's a nature to you. You have a certain kind of nature. There's a character to you, right? If you are in line with that, it feels natural. If you are out of line with that, it doesn't feel natural. Be in line with your nature and your character. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. That's great advice. Yeah. So to you.
I should advise them. I don't think you're ready for it.
I don't think I am. I don't think I am as well. But the new force is happening tomorrow.
Yeah,
right? Give us all the details.
So it's happening at the UPSA auditorium.
Oh, okay.
Funny enough, that's where all the political parties also do their manifestos.
Funny enough, I'm smiling.
So we are doing it at the UPSA auditorium. Rate is 150 Ghana cedis for regular, 250 Ghana cedis for VIP. It's not just me. We have Dan Kwekwe Yeboah as my MC. We have Obiam Ponsan Jacinta.
If he wasn't there, I don't know.
Foster Romanus, General Entatia, Ojo, Papaya, Kojo PJ, and also supporting with music is EL. EL is coming through. I'm happy he's also here, so because if you want to feel comfortable in your skin, you need to perform on my stage.
Hey yo,
man is smooth. To get your ticket, you need to just dial *714 *800 *714 *800 You can buy as many as you want and come. Let's have fun. The time starts at 6:59. If you come at 7, you are late.
And this information is not false, despite the fact that the show. So I see the end credits rolling and everything. Quickly, your last word, like 30 seconds, so people can find you. Oh, no, before the show ends. The credits are rolling.
At AEC Music, all platforms. At AEC Music, AYISI Music, all platforms. Twitter, Instagram, wherever.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you. Can I live? Send a bit to me.
I will live my life.